Welcome all to the ordinary meeting of Council for the month of September 2020. It's a pleasure to be with you all and have you here as part of our very important monthly meeting. Welcome also to our media and to our invited guests. We have no reported leave of absence or apologies. So we'll move on to the prayers, the welcoming prayers, and I'd now like to, my pleasure, to call upon Pastor Lethan to present the opening prayers. Thank you, Pastor Lethan.
Well, good morning, everybody, and on behalf of the KDMA, thank you so much for allowing us to open this meeting with prayer again today. Just reading from the book of Proverbs chapter 25 and verse 11 and 12 this morning. It says, "The right word at the right time is like precious gold set in silver. Listening to good advice is worth much more than jewelry made of gold." And what these words really convey for us here today is that there's really good value in words. Saying the right thing in the right circumstances is really, really valuable. And I just love to share that with you this morning because, you know, all of us as leaders, as we use our words, we can really make an influence and an impact in the community that we're in charge of and in charge of leading. So I thought I'd read that for you this morning. And now I invite all of you to join me with prayer. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for the privilege it is to be able to open the meeting with prayer today. I pray for all of those people gathered in this room, our counsellors, the staff and the guests who are seated in this gallery as well. I pray that today you'll guide them and give them the wisdom needed to make the right decisions for our community. And God, I also pray that today that all of us will recognise the true value of our words. That God, you will help us as we communicate with the many people we interact with today and throughout this week ahead. This is my prayer in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Lethan. Beautifully spoken, and bless you. We'll now invite Pastor Max Collin, as an elder of the Waka Waka people, to deliver the recognition, importantly the recognition of the traditional owners of this land upon which we meet today. Thank you, Pastor Max.
Morning, everyone. It's been good again to be. I've been absent. I do apologise for the previous ones that I could not make it due to other areas of responsibility. And it's good to be able to be with you and connect with you guys because you represent a diverse group of people throughout the district. So thank you very much. And I must applaud you guys, the council, for recognising the Creator. And I do that because that's something special to us as the Indigenous people also. And we recognise that. And with that, it's given to us all different abilities and qualities and skills and understanding, whether it be academics with the mind, with the hands, but we continue to use them. And that's what God has given you guys, those abilities and skills in different areas and different fields for the administration of his country and his people. And so I do thank you very much. In saying that, with our mob, and as this fellow you know, and Kathy knows, you fellows that have been around our mob, what gets us through the tough times? Do you think the COVID and all this stuff that's going on, it really causes one to think outside the circle, outside the box, and it really challenges, hey brother, what can I do next in order to bring sanity and to bring progress into the life of our communities? One thing us Murray fellas do, we all sit around and laugh. Doesn't matter what it is, and when we lose and sorry business and stuff, and after we put the person to rest, then all the stories start coming out, you know? And it's part of the healing process. I remember my little grandson, and he got a Fijian father, he works up here at Swickers. He was sitting around, and he was a Fijian mob are pretty strict on their kids, disciplining each other and growing them. And he said, "What's wrong with you, son? What are you playing up on?" My daughter was sitting at the table. He said, "What's wrong with you, son? What's happening with you? Why are you playing up all the time?" And he was standing with his arm crossed like that. She said, "Oh, Dad, it's the COVID." He's only 3-year-old. It's the COVID. you think his father could talk to him, but he couldn't talk to him. And being the Fijian and strict guy, Dad was a regimental soldier in the army, a command, and it was in him. You think he could sit there very serious? He couldn't sit serious. And the little fella picked it up straight away, so he rushed his dad to to embrace him. His father put up his finger and stopped him. But that's the thing that gets us through. And he makes excuses to be able to think. But he sort of broke something that brought life and a bit of laughter and joy back into the place. So in doing that, that's part of us, and a lot of us do that. In the circumstances, situations in life, and the hardness, it's good to be able to do it because it brings you back to reality and continue to use that. And that's the beauty about us. And let us continue that process in due time because that's the things that we got common ground on that. And it's part of our healing together. So we all heal together as we walk together and journey this life. In saying that, we'd like to thank you for representing my mob and the mobs throughout the Burnett. May God continue to bless your minds and bless your hands as you serve him in this district. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pastor Max. Always words of wisdom that guide us through our role as councillors. And thank you, Pastor Leith. And Pastor Leith and Pastor Max, you're quite welcome to stay, but we fully understand if you need to leave. We know you've got busy schedules, so thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 5 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Do we have any councillors wishing to declare a conflict of interest in relation to any items listed on the agenda for today's meeting?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to declare a conflict of interest for section 9.2. I'm an executive member of the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce and Industry. For section 11.2, I've gotten to know Mandy Bishop through my involvement with the South Burnett Community Leadership Program and Red Earth Community Foundation. Mandy was a board member while I was part of the alumni. However, I just wanted to declare that potential relationship. Section 13.3, in my previous employment with Stanwell, I supported the Black Button District Heritage Association to obtain funding for activities, events and projects relating to the Roy Emerson Museum precinct. And section 19.4, my sister-in-law and business partner Tamara Shoemaker works as a swimming instructor for Summer Country Aquatics at the South Burnett Aquatic Centre. So I'd just like to make reference to those potential conflicts of interest. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Jones?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just also want to declare on 13.3 Toorong Community Funding Partnership. I'm a board member on that, so I would have been a part of a decision in delivering funding to tourism and heritage in Blackbutt.
Councillor Jones, did you say that you're a board member? Sorry? Oh, you're a member? A community member?
Community representative,
okay.
sorry,
Right, well, we've got those disclosures, thank you. Mr CEO, in relation to Councillor Shoemaker's disclosures there, we have 4 items.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. So item 9.2 as an executive member will be a conflict and the councillor would normally leave the room. 11.2 and 13.3, whilst they're acknowledged, the council won't need to vote. It's not a close association under the definition, or a close relationship or a close associate. And previous employment, it would have been Stanwell that issued the funding and the officer would have been acting under direction. So those 2 aren't, just full stop. And 19.4, the councillors have already indicated she'll leave the room for, which would be as a conflict. Depending on what role Councillor Joes has on the Community Representative Board, we would have the council consider whether he would be able to discharge his duty in an impartial way and vote on him staying or going.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Councillor Jones, could you just clarify your role on that group, community group?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was invited member of the community. I've been on that before I got into council, and I've just been recently asked to stay on the board or be involved with it. So I'm a community representative when decisions or applications are put into that Toorong community funding. We make decisions around their applications and who does and who doesn't get the funding.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Now, we're just talking here in relation to a request received from the Black Button District Tourism and Heritage Association Incorporated. Now, the legislation as it applies today is such that unless you're an executive member or a member of the executive committee, it isn't necessarily a conflict of interest. But in light of Mr. CEO's advice, I would suggest that we put that to council as a matter for consideration and allow councillors to vote on such as to whether or not you can partake in that.
Mr Mayor, the only question I would have of the councillor, was he intending to stay or would he like to stay, or was he intending to step out voluntarily?
I'm happy to do whatever's, I'll leave the room actually, just because that's where we are in this legislation and all the rest of it moving forward, so I'm quite happy to leave the room.
So we'll just note in the minutes when we get to the, that you're leaving voluntarily. Yep.
Right, thank you, Mr. CEO. Thank you, Councillor Jones and Schumacher. I also have two items to disclose in relation to conflict of interest. Item 9.2, as it relates to the Kingaroy Transformation Council Committee Reference Group. I do have a business in Kingaroy, and my company has a business in Kingaroy, of which I'm the director, and we lease a building which is in the Kingaroy CBD area, so I will be choosing to declare a conflict of interest and to leave the room at item 9.2 and hand over to Councillor Jones as deputy to chair that item of the meeting. I will also be announcing today that I'll take no further part in the Kingaroy Transformation Project. And when we get to that item on the agenda, councillors will need to consider delegating the role of chair to perhaps the deputy or someone else on that matter. So disclosing that, also in relation to item 17.5, purchase of commercial property. That item is in confidential business and will be dealt with in committee. Again, the commercial property is located within the CBD district and does have relation to the KTP project, and as such, I will declare a conflict of interest on 17.5 and will voluntarily at least leave the room for that. Okay, so thank you. Are there any other conflict of interest items to report from any councillors at this stage? No? Good, thank you. Right, moving on then to item 6. I don't believe we have any deputations or petitions. So we'll move on to item 7.1, minutes of the council meeting held on the 19th of August 2020. Copy of those minutes is contained at page 7 in the agenda. Officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on 19 August 2020 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Potter. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Duff. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. The next item on the agenda is item 8.1, and it's my pleasure to present the social and corporate performance, people and culture, communications and media, finance and ICT portfolio report. Sounds like a big job, doesn't it? Right, thank you all. First of all, my fellow council, I'd like to talk about social and corporate performance and corporate governance. My fellow councillors and I state that we fully support the ongoing local government reforms designed to further strengthen the transparency and accountability and integrity measures that apply to the system of local government in Queensland. The Electoral and Other Legislation, Accountability, Integrity and Other Matters Amendment Act 2020 was passed by the Legislative Assembly on 18 June 2020, with the majority of local government amendments coming into effect next month on the 12th of October. These include new registers of interest requirements, new and clarified conflict of interest requirements, and improvements to transparency in relation to meeting agendas, minutes, and when matters can be considered in closed meetings. To this end, a rolling review of Council's policies and procedures is being undertaken during this financial year to ensure that Council is best placed to deliver sound outcomes for our community whilst meeting our obligations under the relevant legislation. Over 180 policies and procedures make up Council's robust governance to guide and direct the organisation, and at today's Council meeting there are a number of policies presented for adoption, of which include the Corporate Risk and Internal Audit Framework. Customer contact and records team. So our valued, dedicated customer contact and record staff over this last month have been very busy assisting the community with inquiries, requests and bookings. During the month of August, customer contact staff answered an incredible 2,875 calls. They issued 1,327 receipts over the counter and raised 1,141 custom requests. They are requests for services from the community, 1,141 of those. And they processed 522 applications from the community. What an effort that is. Behind the scenes, as part of the records management audit, 120 archive record boxes at correspondence from the former Nanango Shire Council, 223 boxes of finance records, and numerous council plumbing and planning files were relocated to the Wandai Record Storage Facility. People and culture. The Queensland Training Awards for Darling Downs and South West Region finalists. I'm pleased to say that the South Bennett Regional Council made it to the finals for the Large Employer of the Year category and was up against Toowoomba Regional Council and Western Downs Regional Council. Council's nomination focused on the considerable work South Bennett Regional Council does in the community, employing 10 trainees and 2 apprentices. In addition to the learning and development opportunities to educate and upskill existing staff, the winner of this category was Toowoomba Regional Council. This year, however, is the first year that South Bennett Regional Council has entered this category, and to make the final is a tremendous effort. On to communications and media, and in August, the media and communications team, busy as they always are, progressed a total of 19 media releases. I won't read them all, but they range from updates on gravel resheeting programs to the Council's Community Group Infrastructure Charges Policy that went out for community information, right through to 7 News interview by the Mayor in relation to COVID restrictions happened most recently. Media inquiries in the month of August, 23 in total, were received by our media team, and we put out 61 Facebook posts. The most popular post was on the 20th of August, stating that Council has the following vacancies, and it reached an audience of 10,798 people, which was good to see. Council's South Bennett Region Facebook page ended the month with 7,773 likes and 8,028 followers. In the month of August, we had, as I said, 61 Facebook posts. E-News, Council progressed 1 E-News during August, and in terms of printed advertising, Council progressed 2 full-page advertisements in South Bennett Today on the 13th and the 27th of August, and I must say it's nice to be able to be in a position where we have a local newspaper that we can now place our advertisements in. Not every council is in that position, so we're pleased that Bennett Today have provided us with that opportunity. Council progressed 1 full-page ad in the Mergen Moments for what's on at South Bennett Libraries and 1 half-page ad for the region's dams. Council also progressed 1 advertisement in South Bennett Today on terms of rates information sessions on the 6th of August, and 1 advertisement in the Queensland Country Life for wild dog and feral pig baiting program, which was advertised on the 28th of August. In terms of graphical design work, Council developed the style guide for 2020, our 2020 advocacy action plan that has now gone to the government and is being forwarded through to the opposition in relation to the upcoming election, as well as the schedule of rates insert that went out with all of the rates notices. Okay, finance and ICT. This monthly report is designed to illustrate the financial performance and position of South Bennett Regional Council compared to the adopted budget at an organisational level for the period ended 31 August 2020, and the report is prepared on interim financial results as at 31 August. So the key points to note, in terms of our income statement, we had recurrent revenue received year to date, so this is for the months of July and August, of $28,823,545, and our expenditure was $12,541,492 $152, leaving a net operating result, a surplus of $16,282,393. So recurrent revenue is high compared to budget, largely due to the 6 monthly rates being levied during August, and this percentage variance will slowly decrease, of course, over the next few months. Minor timing variances in materials and services under recurrent expenditure are due to timing and invoices, such as land valuations, insurance, and LGAQ membership. In terms of Council's statement of position, reported as our balance sheet, community equity at the end of August was $872,012,686, and we had total cash of $41,040,122, of which unrestricted cash is $12,485,852, and restricted cash is $28,554,270. So a couple of other points to note. The capital budget, $38,228,662. Work in progress balance on that capital, those capital works are $7,370,809, and that will give council a total to spend this financial year of $45,599,471. So $38 million plus $7 million, approximately $45 million in capital works projects to be undertaken. Year to date, to the end of August, we've now spent $10,124,396 of those dollars, and of course that item is in the agenda for later today. High trade and other receivables balance at the end of August was due to the rates being levied in August, so we had rates debtors at $28,822,908. Of course, this will decrease over the next month as rates are paid. We've got a decrease in property, plant and equipment balances due to the 1920 comprehensive revaluation of building and land assets, and water and wastewater assets are currently undergoing a comprehensive revaluation, and it is unknown at this stage what effect this will have on property, plant and equipment. Other liabilities balance has decreased due to the memorandum estate liability being de-recognised in the 1920 financial year, in line with the adoption of the new accounting standard AASB 15, revenue for contracts with customers. Right, well, it's my pleasure to move that the portfolio report be accepted. Thank you. We have a second for that. Thank you, Councillor Duff. Thank you. Those in favour? Thank you all. Right, I'll take a breath. Okay, so we'll now move on to item 8.2 on the agenda, which is at page 45, and that is the minutes of the Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on Thursday, the 3rd of September 2020. And the officer's recommendation is that Council receive the attached minutes of the Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on Thursday, 3 September 2020 as presented. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. Item 8.3 is the adoption of Council's corporate risk and internal audit framework and associated policies at 55. So just a bit of a summary on this. The Council and the Senior Management Team view corporate risk management as an important and strategic initiative towards providing reasonable assurance that our organisational objectives, as indicated in the corporate plan and the annual operational plan, will be achieved through the identification and efficient management of potential corporate risks. A commitment to effective corporate risk management and delivery of the internal audit function assists Council to attain long-term sustainability, as well as meet Council's legislative obligations and community expectations. When making informed decisions, good corporate risk governance is promoted by encouraging a culture of prudent risk-taking within the tolerable risk limits of the organisation. The Social and Corporate Performance Branch, in consultation with the Senior Management Team, councillors and Council's Audit Advisory Committee has prepared a suite of draft policies to formally align corporate risk and internal audit functions within the organisation. And I would like to formally acknowledge the body of work, the significant body of work that's been undertaken by the Social and Corporate Performance Branch. So their recommendation is that South Bennett Council, Regional Council, Corporate Risk and Internal Audit Framework be adopted as presented. Mr CEO, can I run through all of those? There's 5 as such. Can we do that as one resolution?
They're all in sequence. They're all, that was where we were having a discussion before in Seratium.
Okay, so we're going to do all of those in Seratium. Now, I'm not sure if I'll be able to spell that, but I can certainly now say it. The first resolution is that the South Bennett Regional Council Corporate Risk and Internal Audit Framework be adopted as presented. Do we have a move for such? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Thank you all. Item 2, the South Bennett Regional Council Corporate Risk Management Policy Statutory 020 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Seconder, thank you, Councillor. Go to you, Councillor Fryloff on this one. Thank you. All those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. A third item, the South Bennett Regional Council Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee Policy Statutory 022 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Duff. A seconder, thank you, Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Item 4, the South Bennett Regional Council Fraud and Corruption Prevention Management Policy Statutory 021 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. A seconder, thank you very much, Councillor Fryloff. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. Item 5, the South Bennett Regional Council Internal Audit Policy, Statutory 019 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Potter. A seconder, thank you, Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. Moving now on to item 8.4, which can be found at page 78. Delegations to the Chief Executive Officer under the Land Act 1994 Queensland and Land Regulation 2020 Queensland. So this matter relates to, as we said, the Land Act and the Land Regulation. Council subscribes to a delegation update service. It comes provided by McDonald's Law. And Council has been advised that the following legislation has now been revised and as such delegations need to be updated accordingly. So it's in relation to the Land Act 1994 Queensland and the Land Regulation 2020 of Queensland. So the Land Act 1994 in Queensland was amended by the Natural Resources and Other Legislation Amendment Act 2019 by proclamation on 1 July 2020. The amendments to the Act were made to ensure the clear and effective application of the Act, improve administrative efficiency and reduce regulatory burden across a number of policy issues. The amendments to our documents relate to a change of decision-making responsibilities from the Minister to the Chief Executive to allow for an increase in administrative efficiency of the Act. The Land Regulation 2020 Queensland Act regulation. So the regulation repeals the Land Regulation of 2009 and commenced on 1 July 2020. The LANR 2009 automatically expires on 1 September 2020 due to an automatic sunset review in accordance with Section 54(1) of the Statutory Instruments Act 1992 of Queensland. So the LANR remakes the old LANR of 2009 with some amendments relating to simplifying processes and updating the regulation generally for consistency across provisions and other acts. As such, the officer's recommendation is that pursuant to Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009, Council 1, delegate the exercise of the powers contained in Schedule 1 of the Instrument of Delegation attached to this resolution as appendixes to the Chief Executive Officer. These powers must be exercised subject to any limitations contained in Schedule 2 of the attached Instrument of Delegation. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Duff. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Those in favour?
Mr Mayor, both of those need to go together.
Oh, those ones go together?
Yeah,
Right,
so
okay.
you have to repeal the previous delegation.
Oh, right. So,
as well.
and that we repeal all prior resolutions delegating the same powers to the Chief Executive Officer. Okay, so Councillor Duff, Councillor Potter, thank you. Those in favour? Okay, resolution passed unanimously. On to item 8.5, which is deals with the change of council general meeting date, can be found at 100. Right, so due to the LGAQ conference being held from the 19th to the 21st of October this year, requiring the attendance of some councillors, it is necessary to change council's October general meeting date. And the officer's recommendation is that council's general meeting date is now scheduled for Wednesday 21 October 2020, be changed to Wednesday 14 October 2020. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Duff. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. 8.6 is the monthly financial report, and the contents of the report I have disclosed this morning in my portfolio report. It is provided there for those who wish to read through it, and I would therefore move that the monthly financial report, including the capital works, road maintenance expenditure and works for Queensland as at 31 August 2020, be received and noted. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Thank you all. Resolution passed unanimously. Item 8.7 is a review of the capital budget for 2020-2021. That can be found at 145. So the review of the capital budget ended 30 June 2020 has been undertaken to identify all projects which remained as work in progress, which will continue and be finalised in 2020-2021. All identified work in progress projects have now been added to the capital budget for 2020-2021. In that summary there, we can see that the adopted capital budget for 2020-21 was $38,228,662. We do have work in progress from 1920 of $7,370,809, providing a total available budget for this financial year of $45,599,471. So the revised capital program is attached to the agenda. The first quarter review is currently being completed and is expected to be presented to the October council meeting. Now, just for reference, that work in progress amount of just over $7 million just includes items such as the boundary fencing at the Kingaroy Aerodrome, the boundary fencing at the Wandoi Aerodrome. We have powerhead replacements, ensuite refurbishment, some office screening in the picnic area at Yallacool to do, some amenities upgrades at Boondooma Dam. We've also got the Maidenwell toilet upgrade to still be done, the Benarkan playground and softball area. We've got Regan Road gravel resheeting work, Benin Road gravel resheeting. We've got Old Esk Road bitumen seal and Kingaroy Stebbins Road upgrade. We've got the Morgan CBD footpath stage 2, Town entry signs still to go, and Kingaroy Arana reservoir roof replacement. We've got the Wandoi Scott Street reservoir roof, mains and manholes throughout Kingaroy and the Nango and Wandoi, as well as the Wandoi recycled water plant upgrade, to mention just a few. So there are a number of items there that as a part of the work in progress in our capital budget, and the The officer's recommendation is that in accordance with section 173 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 2020-21 capital budget be adopted. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Duff, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Froloff. Does any councillor wish to speak to that or have any questions? If not, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. 8.8 on the agenda is tender consideration plan for council healthcare providers at 155. So just a little bit of background on that. Council is seeking the ability to enter into arrangements with a number of healthcare providers in various towns throughout the South Bennett region to ensure access to quality healthcare professionals for council employees, as well as maintain value for money outcomes for council. The council wishes to depart from the standard tendering process for healthcare providers used by its employees and undertake procurement and contracting by way of a tender consideration plan to establish a panel network of healthcare providers and services offered. Now, in terms of the services being sought, currently council needs for healthcare professional services covers ad hoc services for injured employees, including the need for some employees to travel to obtain services from healthcare providers not available in their town, pre-employment medical services, vaccinations, hearing tests and other specialised services. So the officer's recommendation there is that pursuant to section 230 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council receives and adopts the tender consideration plan as tabled. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Potter. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Henchen. Does any councillor wish to speak for or against or raise any questions, issues in relation to the motion? Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. Item 8.9 is a quote for the replacement of a waste hook lift truck, plant item 2019, and is at 161. So council engaged local buy to prepare a tender documentation, obtain written quotes from Fuso Trucks, Volvo Trucks and Scania Trucks to replace council's hook lift truck plant 2019, which is used in the Kingaroy Waste Facility and throughout the South Bennett Regional Council area. Council has 3 of these waste hook lift trucks, and in terms of the tender process, Scania Trucks did not respond, Volvo Trucks did not respond. Fuso Trucks sent through a quote that was addressed to another council, so as such, that quote was not for the requested specification. And is it Daimler Trucks of Toowoomba were the only dealer that submitted a quote for a truck with the required specification. Council already owns a truck in this configuration and have found it very reliable. So that being the case, the recommendation is that council purchase a Fuso hook lift truck for the sum of $300,612.37 plus GST from Daimler Trucks in Toowoomba. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Potter, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Froloff. Does any councillor have any questions, concerns, or wish to speak for or against the motion? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a couple of questions, being that we noted in the operational plan the plant and fleet review to occur this year. I just wanted to check the dedicated end of life for the plant 2019. Are we at the end of life? And is it 2019? Is that because of the year 2019? No, it's the truck number. I just want to confirm that. Yep. So my other question is, if it is the plant, the other remaining plant, what's its current end of life? Like, are we at the right time to buy a new piece of equipment, basically?
Well, I can just firstly, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Firstly, advise that the recommendation does also state that plant item number 2019 will be sold by a public auction. And perhaps one of the officers could respond to that. General Manager Jarvis, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr Mayor. This plant was identified for replacement on our plant replacement schedule. It has caused us no end of problems as well and has cost us a lot of money in maintenance. It's very high usage. There's 60.7 hours per fortnight used. I believe it's the one with the lift that picks up the industrial bins and empties them. So they go to the transfer stations all over the region. So yes, it was identified in the original replacement program. And yes, Council, we are doing a full review on this, but it was necessary and identified within the budget for this replacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to confirm those details.
Very good. Thank you, General Manager Jarvis. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Right,
Mr Mayor, if I may, just councillors would be aware, but for particularly with the media and for those watching, tenders have in recent years in local government been fully placed in the closed session of the agenda. So the regulations and the Act reforms that are coming into effect on the 12th of October now will exclude anything that's not commercial and confident from the closed section of the agenda. Council's embraced that because it's actually a little bit of going back to the future. Once upon a time, all tenders were publicly opened. So we've actually moved in advance of those changes, and you will see more and more of these, well, you will see tender reports. Commercial in confidence is still, will be discussed in closed session, but tenders will be dealt with in open council going forward.
Mr CEO, important to clarify those legislative and regulatory changes that will now apply. Right, well, we'll move through to voting on that matter. Sorry, Councillor Shoemaker.
Just one more question, sorry, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to confirm the truck, because it's being purchased in Toowoomba, it's my understanding that our crews service our trucks, or will it need to go back? I'm just have some concerns about the maintenance. How do we maintain the truck? Is it by our people locally, like in our crews? Do our crews do the maintenance, or does this truck have to keep going back to Toowoomba for maintenance?
Through you, Mr Mayor. I'll take that on notice, Councillor. We do have a team of mechanics in 4 of our depots. However, I'm not certain of the detail of services down to that level, but I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Thanks, General Manager Jarvis. Right, so we have, Councillor Henshin.
Mr Mayor and councillors, may I ask the question in relation to this truck and serviceability, that there would be a certain warranty factor with that truck, and would I be led to believe that the company would perhaps come to the South Burnett to service that piece of machinery under those warranty terms?
Again, Councillor, through you, Mr Mayor, I don't know the finer detail, but I would assume that would be the thing, but I will bring that detail back to Council. Thank you.
Right, if there's no further debate or questions in relation to the matter, put it to the vote. Those in favour of the motion? Thank you all. Resolution passed unanimously. We'll now move on to item 9.1 on the agenda at 163, which is the Roads and Drainage Portfolio Report. Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And again, great pleasure to deliver the Roads and Drainage Portfolio for the month of September. Our capital works, we have Alfred Street Car Park in Kingaroy, the rehabilitation of the car park. The project is underway. Asphalting is planned for September. And anybody that's walked around the streets of Kingaroy and that car park, the upgrade has been absolutely sensational. I have had a few questions and queries over whether or not we're putting, or what level of shade we're putting back in there. So that's something that I've addressed with our staff, and that's a project that we can look at further down the track. The Mergen CBD, the footpath upgrade, Lamb Street and Mergen project underway with final seal spray pave on the southern side. And again, that's another job well done, almost to completion. We extended that with another $500,000, and it's a great project. And when finished, it'll be certainly a bonus to the Mergen CBD. Niagara Road, Bourneside, the rehabilitation of existing seal drainage construction and flood damage repairs. That project is currently underway, and it's taken to this stage to progress with that due to the completion of the wind farm up there with AGL and whatnot, but that is well underway, so that will be a massive improvement for the region up and around that Niagara Road area. The bitumen reseal preparation, we have Kinley-Moore School Road. That, I believe, should be almost completed, if not already done. Manium Road, McAllister's Road, MP Creek Road, Vidello Drive and Waterview Drive, all getting done through the month of September. And we move on then to the gravel resheeting and heavy formation grades. We have graders on Boondoomba Dam Road, that's pavement repairs, that should almost be completed. Burrabri Road, the gravel resheet, August through September. Myself and Councillor Henson are out there. We drove that road the other day, and again, the people out there responsible for that work are doing an exceptional job. Freiberg's Road, gravel resheet, clearing and drainage through the month of September. Glenmore Road, gravel resheet and some flood damage there. Harts Road, gravel resheet, Memorandum Gordonbrook, shoulder grading. Ryan Regan Road, as mentioned before, gravel resheet, that's through September, October. Silverleaf Road, reseal prep, heavy shoulder grading and gravel patching, that's through the September month. And Tarong Yarraman Road, gravel resheet. Our patrol grading, we have graders working in the Banarkan area, Banarkan North on Bradley Road, Blackbutt, we have Margaret Street, Haynes-Kite Miller Road. Blackbutt South, we have Ogilvie Road, Boondoomba, Coes Boundary Road, Chipinga, Garden Creek Road, Freshwater Road, Charleston, Bessons Road. Around Geelong, we have Paynes Road, Jacksons Road, Burrabri Creek Road, Coven Road, McLean Road, McPhee Road, Ridge Road and Iron Bark Road. At Nakoo, we have Nakoo North Road, Yalampa Creek, Teromeo, Pamela Drive, Harper Road and Wild Deer Drive, Teelar, Stretton Drive. And I will continue to say that these guys and girls, ladies, are doing a wonderful job. But as I acknowledge all the time, we're not quite perfect. We have an issue at Runnymede Estate Road that's just come in the last couple of days. The staff and myself will be going out there to inspect that if staff haven't already done that. So we'll address that one. It was graded recently, and one of the residents out there aren't quite happy with the finish of it. So we'll, along with our staff here, acting General Manager Kev, or Manager Kev, whichever one. Yeah, we've got our General Manager away, so they're a dual role, I guess. Alrighty, roadside slashing and boom mowing. We have slashes out around Brooklands, Nanango Brooklands Road, East Nanango, Hodgsley North Road, Nanango. We have Carbine Crescent, Hicken Way and South Curtin Road. And Tarong, we have Devereux Drive, Tangeringee Drive, Norman Road and Raymond Road. Storm damage description. Work is currently underway with both council crews and contractors engaged in repairing road damage resulting from the February 2020 storm. And I've spoken to this in the previous meetings in regards to what takes place and the responsibilities of council, and I guess the people of the community expect it to be done quite rapidly, but it's our role to go out there and make it as safe as we possibly can, and then lobby the state government for funding. So that's a little bit more update there. Our completed works through August, Stebbin Street in Kingaroy, upgrade to bitumen seal standard including curb and channel, fantastic addition to the Ken Mills establishment out there. He is certainly a very happy man and a business person there, so great feedback. Ken Mills also contributed to that upgrade. Memorandum Rail Trail footpath, the construction of new concrete footpath, that's been completed. Bitumen reseal prep, Back Creek Road, Edenvale South Road, Range Road, Speedwell, Abbeywood Road. All the preparation work's done there. Gravel resheeting and heavy formation that's been completed. We have Edenvale South Road, Franklin's Road, Memorandum Barker's Creek Road, Oakey Creek Back Road and Ellesmere Road. Or at Ellesmere, sorry. We also have patrol grading at Alice Creek, Blackbutt South, Boondoomba, Brooklands, Geelong, Ellesmere, Goodyer, Gordonbrook, Inverlour, Nakoo and Wattle Camp. And again, I will draw the attention, it's widespread, and the roads are getting addressed right across our region as we continue working on our program. Our roadside slashing and boom mowing, we've got completed works at Banaka North, Blackbutt North, Bunya Mountains, Crownthorpe and Toromeo. So, Mr Mayor, again, I will congratulate our staff, both internal and external, for the work they are doing. And yes, we do get people out there that say that the roads aren't improving, but I am quite happy to stand here and say that the feedback we're getting and the number of calls we get and complaints about our roads these days certainly prove that these road networks are improving. So I'll continue to do that. I'll continue to take the flak. I'm prepared to do that, to stand behind the staff. They are doing a wonderful job. And I'd like to move that my roads and drainage report be accepted for the month of September.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Do we have a seconder for that? Thanks, Councillor Potter. Right, does anyone have any questions for Councillor Jones? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to commend the roads team again, as I often do, because I do think they're doing a fantastic job. And it's great to see, like, when they're out doing Manar Road, that Gerard's Road's getting graded, because a few years ago we got complaints that when the staff are out in those areas, why don't they grade other roads? And I'm noticing that happening everywhere, getting lots of good positive feedback. But my question is just simply about Silverleaf Road. I notice it's in the resheeting program, and it's a very, very long road, and there's lots of issues along, and I'm just wondering what percentage of that road is getting resheeted. Or is it just pieces of it, or the whole road, or?
No, there's a section, Councillor Duff, being resealed, bitumen resealed. We had that sections last year, and as well as in 2 years' time. But this financial year, it's only a portion of Silverleaf.
Just a follow-up question to you, Mr Mayor. Just is it the reseal? Is it just like a kilometre, or do you have any idea of roughly? Because I know there's a lot. There's quite a significant amount, and I know the community is asking me what's happening with the resealing, and
I'll take that on notice, and I'll give you the exact chainage. It'll be a couple of kilometres, but I'll find the exact information and send that through.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Duff. Thanks, Manager Kevin and Manager Searle, and keep up the great work on the roads program. As we've always said, it's a work in progress, but certainly making some good progress there across the region. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge and thank Councillor Henshin and Councillor Jones. On Friday, took me for a drive, got me a little lost, and drove me through some of the back roads at the very far end of our region. There's certainly a lot of main feeder roads that I'm very passionate about working with our community, our key stakeholders, and working our relationships in various governments to really see us get some improvement to those roads. You just notice how much industry is in that area. We all know roads for a region like ours really are critical when it comes to freight and getting our prime product out of our region. So I'm very passionate about this, and I'd like to thank them for their time, and look forward to working with Council to see some of these projects prioritised into the future.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Henshin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. It was a very rewarding drive around the district in last Friday, and I must also bring it to everyone's attention that it wouldn't have probably happened if we hadn't have called into Councillor Duff's property to get us some much needed fuel to finish our kilometres along the way. But along with that, there's been some wonderful support from constituents out in South Burnett region that getting about and doing that has been well noted and well received, and that's a positive note to come back with. So thank you, Councillor Duff, for seeing us home safely with a little bit of needed fuel for that journey, and bring it on notice, Councillor Jones, that next time fill up, please.
Thanks, Councillor Henshin. Yes, it's certainly provided some light relief to the week, hasn't it? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just also wanted to acknowledge the fact that the councillors went out onto the main roads, and I think that was part of the purpose of that particular trip. And that Mundubra-Geelong Road, they went right out to the boundary and saw the embarrassment of where it changes from the North Burnett to the South Burnett. So the North Burnett Road is double lane, and right where our sign says welcome to the South Burnett, it goes into a single lane bitumen road. And I'm just really pleased that they were able to see that, because I've talked about it a lot, but to actually go all the way out there and see that, and it was I was really, really pleased to see that they travelled around and went to all of those, as Councillor Shoemaker said, those really important state-controlled roads. And I think this is a huge opportunity now for us, with the election coming up, to lobby for more support across our region for those important state-controlled roads. So I just wanted to note that, and it was great to have the councillors to fuel up and also to feed up. We gave them some morning tea, so it was fantastic to have the councillors out and about and at our property diet. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. And just in that regard, can I just make everyone aware that, of course, the work led by Mr CEO, and thank you, Mark, for the work you did in developing Council's Advocacy Action Plan for 2020. It was our pleasure, Mark and I, to take that and deliver that to the Premier and the Minister on Wednesday of last week. And we received a very good hearing. And of course, an important part of that advocacy plan for us was in relation to the development of industry throughout our region. Job creation is so important. We made that intimately clear. We made clear the capacity for our region to be a significant player in terms of not just agricultural production, but also food processing. And we made it clear that for that to happen, we need further development work, significant amount of development work done on those major freight networks, including the Geelong-Mundubra Road. So our council is certainly leading the way on behalf of the people of this region in advocating to government and advocating to the opposition in advance of the election in relation to a whole range of needs for our region, and none as, of course, important as job creation and those road freight networks that we know are critical if we're going to grow our region. So we are hoping that we will get a favourable response as time goes on. Right, those in favour of the acceptance of Councillor Jones' Roads Portfolio Report, thank you all. Resolution passed unanimously. We're now moving on to item 9.2, which is the Kingaroy Transformation Council Community Reference Group Terms of Reference. I'll now ask Councillor Shoemaker to leave the room on the basis of her conflict of interest, and I will do the same. I'll hand over to Deputy Mayor Jones to now deal with the matter. Thank you.
So as the Mayor and Councillor Shoemaker have declared, their conflict here on the Kingaroy Transformation Council Community Reference Group Terms of Reference. The officer's recommendation that Council adopt the Terms of Reference for the Kingaroy Transformation Council Community Reference Group. Could I have somebody to move that, please? Councillor Froloff, somebody second it. Councillor Duff, is there any conversation on that before we vote, please?
There is.
My microphone. Thank you. Acting Mayor, Deputy Mayor. With the Mayor's declaration of interest, if Councillors, Linnell, have you got the actual Terms of Reference document there that we can bring up? We would... Part of the membership of the Terms of Reference, that would need to be amended to Mayor or Delegate. And then also it's got divisional council. There's 2 divisional councillors that cover the area, but dependent on whether the councillor maintains a membership of the executive of the KCI is what you would be on there. We probably need to clarify now whether that's My understanding of it, the original concept was division as councillors 3 and 4. So whether that just needs to be now divisional councillor 3. In the hands of the meeting as to where you want to go with that, but certainly. Now, if the councillor was no longer at the next election a member of the executive of KCCI, particularly with the changes that are coming through in October, it's pretty much an automatic exclusion. Well, then that conflict would cease and she would be fine. But whether we could amend it at that point in time, and we just clarify now. Would be moved as, if councillors are happy with those two amendments, we'll amend the document, so the document would be amended adopted as amended with those two amendments.
Okay.
So could I just say then, the person that moved it, which was Councillor Froloff, are you happy with those amendments to be added? And Councillor Duff seconding that, you happy with that?
Yeah, happy, except I've just through you, acting mayor, just wondering whether it should be, as the mayor has declared that he doesn't want to be part of it, whether we should just appoint the deputy mayor as the mayor has suggested, rather than confusing the issue.
Yeah, it's in the hands of the meeting if that's what you would like to do. So it'll be mayor or delegate, or we can change that to deputy mayor. That would be. And just to clarify, councillor, I know this is not what you meant. It's not that the mayor wishes not to be part of it. It's just he's realised he has a conflict. Yeah.
So moving forward then, Mr. CEO, Mr. CEO, I would then be nominated as a delegate for the Community Reference Group, and Councillor Potter would be the other representative, eliminating Councillor Shoemaker and Mayor Otto.
As the council representatives, the councillor would then no longer be a council representative if she's a representative of the KCCI as an executive. So it would be, yes, so the two council representatives would be Deputy Mayor as chair and Divisional 3 councillor as a member. Correct.
So just reverting back to the mover and seconder, Councillor Froloff, you're happy with those amendments to the resolution?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Jones.
Councillor Duff?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Jones.
All righty, all in favour? Unanimous for the remainder. Okay, we'll now invite the two councillors that removed themselves of conflict back into the meeting, and I'll hand over now back to our Mayor, Mayor Otto.
Okay, so we'll now move on to item 9.3 on the agenda, which is at 171. It's an application for proposed permanent road closure of unnamed road Wandai adjacent to Kemp Street that joins lot 106 on SP 212971 Parkside Building Supplies Proprietary Limited. So an application has been received for this permanent road closure of this unnamed road adjacent to Kemp Street, Wandai, requesting council to provide comment on this. And as such, the recommendation is that council offers no objections to the permanent road closure of the unnamed road adjacent to Kemp Street that adjoins lot 106, and this section of road be amalgamated into lot 106 SB 212971 with reference to attachment A, plan of proposed part road closure. Do we have a move of such? Thank you, Councillor Froloff. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Does any councillor wish to speak for or against the motion? Thank you, Councillor Henson.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'd like to speak for it. I mean, it's a major industrial avenue down there, and Parkside are just that themselves, and I think this is just a given to close that, to allow them to operate their premises and business without the interference of a road in the middle of it. So I fully support that.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Okay, there's Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. I just wanted to check. I know that the Wandai Street Sprints crew, I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar with the area, but I do know the Wandai Street Sprints crew use some of the roads in this area. I just want to make sure they are not impacted by this change.
I can answer that, councillor. It was an issue that I raised with the officers as well. It's the unmade and unnamed section is in the actual block of land. It has no impact on the sprints.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Mr CEO. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, just backing up CEO Mark's comments there in answer to the councillor's question. The actual road is an unformed road that divides a parcel of land that Parkside owns land on both sides of the gazetted road. So it won't have any impact at all on the Wandai Sprints, and it'll certainly be a bonus for Parkside with their future development down there, because in conversations I've had, I don't believe that they don't want it, obviously, basically.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. Appreciate the extra information. I definitely support what's been said about Parkside. I'm excited about what could be for our region through their constant development, and yeah, thank you for the further advice.
Right, thank you all. Okay, those in favour of the motion? Thank you all. Resolution passed unanimously. On to item 9.4 on the agenda, and there is a request. A request has been received such that into council to name the industrial estate located on Retchlag Street in Mergen to Bottle Tree Industrial Estate. Council, the recommendation is that council names the industrial estate located on Retchlag Street, Mergen to Bottle Tree Industrial Estate with the following conditions. 1, the applicant bears all costs associated with the sign. 2, the applicant must give the local government specified indemnities and take out and maintain insurance against personal injury and property damage. This includes taking out and maintaining public liability insurance cover in an amount not less than $10 million. The sign is to be located within the Retchlag Street Road Reserve, maximum size of 1.2 metres high and 2.4 metres long, as shown in attachment A, B and C. Not cause a nuisance and must not cause obstruction of or distraction to pedestrian or vehicular traffic. Apply to Council's Works Branch for any changes to the approved sign, and plans are to be certified by a registered professional engineer of Queensland. The certified plans must then be issued to Council before construction works commence. Installation works must be under the direct supervision of an RPEQ, and a certificate of completion certifying the sign has to be installed in accordance with industry standards, and the plan must be approved to Council on completion of the works. Council also reserves the right at any time to request the repair, removal or relocation of the sign, with all costs to be borne by the asset owner. A permit to work on council roads or footpaths must be completed and approved before the works can commence, and seek advice from the Department of Transport and Main Roads in relation to this sign to confirm any requirements they have. Do we have a mover for that motion? Thank you, Councillor Duff. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Froloff. Does any councillor wish to speak for or against? Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'd like to speak for the motion. I've actually done, as the Divisional Councillor, was asked to do consultation. I took it to the business meeting. They sent it around to the Margaret Long, the Secretary, sent it to all of the businesses that are on the Mergen Business Chamber. I also went to the adjoining businesses, walked up Retchlake Street and talked to all the adjoining businesses, and including ringing the people who, if they were just managing the business, the actual owners. And I had absolutely no objection to the naming of the Bottle Tree Industrial Estate, and I think it's a very attractive sign. It's Mr. Retchlake is a former resident of the community, did a lot of work in the community, has the street named after him. He's retired, but he wants to do something to give that area a lift. I think it will give it a nice little lift. A lot of people didn't even realise that was an industrial estate, so I think it's and there's actually a beautiful big bottle tree, not on council land, just down at the end of that street. So I think it's a good news story. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Hitchin.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, could I just bring it to our General Manager, Mr. O'May, in relation to the liability insurance cover not less than $10 million. Is that a standard insurance public liability cover? And the reason I ask that is in some other avenues there is a minimum public liability cover of $20 million.
Yeah, that is correct. There is either the 10 or 20 million. It is an option. It certainly could be an option to increase it to $20 million cover. Yeah, is that?
I bring that up in relation to a totally irrelevant scenario, but in an event of a permit to graze cattle, you need $20 million on a roadside, and I just thought $10 million. I know it says a minimum amount of $10 million, but I thought I'd just ask the question as to how that come about.
Just one comment. That's a fairly standard amount that we do approve for other permits. But happy to review that and ensure that that it's appropriate.
Councillor Duff.
Mr. Mayor, I just think that if 10 million is a standard practice, that it's to me it's low risk with a sign as opposed to grazing cattle on the road. So yeah, I'd be happy to endorse it at the current conditions.
Sorry, as the mover of the resolution, Councillor Duff, it would be with you to amend such. Would you be looking to do so? Are you suggesting we leave it at $10 million and that the motion would stand as is?
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that the motion stand as is.
Are there any other further councillors wishing to speak for or against the motion? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. Mayor, I fully support this, and I take Councillor Henson's point. It's a very valid point, but I think it clearly states in there that it's up to the individual that's proposing this this change of name and all that sort of stuff. It's at his cost and it's his choice to go to 10 million. I think that's what Pete or GM O'May was referring to. It is an option. It's a minimum of 10 million, and if he wants to take it out more, it could be 20 million, 30 million or whatever. But Councillor Henson did have a valid point, and so did Councillor Duff, but I think it's a straightforward motion and I don't think there's any major drama, so I'm happy to see it go ahead as stands.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. I'm fully supportive of this. I actually just wanted to recognise Mr. Retchlake. The report says the original developer, Selwyn and Jacqueline Retchlake, subdivided the land in 1986, and subsequently the street was named Retchlake Street. I just think it's really fabulous that they've come forward and they want to do a project that actually improves something that doesn't look so favourable in our community and make it look better. I think huge kudos and congratulations to them for certainly having the foresight to do it, but also for working with council to meet all of these the stringent requirements that we I guess, have to enforce as a council. So I'm just fully supportive of this. I think it's great, and I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Retchlake. I can't wait to come and see his sign when it's finished. I hope we get an opportunity, Councillor Duff, to go and take a look. I think these little changes can really make a big difference to the way our town looks and feels, and it does instill a sense of community pride, and I'm fully supportive of this, and acknowledge Councillor Duff's work in bringing it to the table.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Henson?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I fully support this. It was merely a question in relation to the public liability and also in saying that the difference between a $10 and a $20 million public liability is only a matter of dollars. So I fully support this.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Right, we have no further issues for councillors. Those in favour of the motion? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. Now move on to item 10.1, which is a bit of a refreshing change now, of course, where we can get to hand over to Councillor Potter and have her present the Community Arts, Heritage, Sport and Recreation Report. Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. It's my pleasure to bring this report to you all. There's some exciting things that have been happening. So throughout the community, throughout the last month, I've met up with many different community groups and organisations, and I've had many discussions regarding suicide, support groups, mental health, emergency relief and housing to help those in our community. I've also worked with Councillor Duff and our GM, O'May, with regards to the Farmers' Night Out. And there's a lot of staff that are working behind the scenes to make these happen. I'm reporting on the Farmers' Night Out. Councillor Duff is doing the 10 minutes with the Master. So with the Farmers' Night Out, this is funded under the Federal Government's Drought Communities program. There will be 4 dinners held at 4 locations at Kingaroy, Blackbutt, Proston and Mergen. The Save the Date flyer has already gone out to the property owners, and we've had many inquiries already to make bookings for the night out. The Workplace Health and Safety had finalised seating numbers for each of the halls. Kingaroy's 150 seated, Blackbutt 78, Mergen 68 and Proston 80. All family unit seatings will be spaced 1.5 metres. The guest speaker for the night will be Larry Cann, the radio announcer, and also Mary O'Brien from Are You Bogged Mate? Larry Cann is also releasing a song today that Council has helped him with, and it's to do with suicide within our community, so that's actually very exciting. Judy Crawford will be catering for the Kingaroy and Blackbutt dinners, and Roberta Chablon will be catering for the Proston and Mergen dinners. The dinner will consist of a 2-course meal with drinks served at the table for the night. Another 2,000 letters will be sent out this week, which will provide more booking information and details for the night. Our libraries. The 2020 Queensland Seniors Week Digital Living Library Series. The South Burnett Library's 2020 Seniors Week Library was well received, with a series of 10 episodes attracting over 2,000 views on the South Burnett Library's Facebook page. This series also garnered interest from the State Libraries of Queensland, with a request to submit a post blog to the Public Libraries Connect newsletter about the series and its design. All episodes from the Living Library series are available on the library's webpage, and I think this is great kudos to our library staff to actually be recognised by state libraries. We've also got the Kingdom Libraria. So from the 21st of September 2020, children across our region are invited to explore the magical Kingdom of Libraria, South Burnett Library's new children's loyalty program. Kingdom of Libraria is a kingdom made up of 6 houses ruled by an array of faithful subjects known as librarians, otherwise referred to as a book wizards. Designed with a whimsical twist and spark the imagination of those who join, the program is based on the South Burnett region and encourages family to visit each of our wonderful libraries, with plenty of missions, bonus activities, puzzles and incentives. The Kingdom of Libraria is sure to capture the imagination of our young community members. stock rotation, and as part of the Southnet Library's collection management process, the library staff perform a monthly rotation of approximately 150 items between each of the 6 branches. The aim of this exchange is to provide fresh stock for library patrons. So in August, each branch selected 150 DVDs from the shelves to be transferred to their new location. The Creepy Critters craft, and to help keep boredom at bay for the upcoming school holidays, the Creepy Critter craft packs have been produced by our library staff. These packs contain assorted craft items that children can collect from their local library to take home and produce their very own Creepy Critter. This is available from the 19th of September to the 2nd of October. Children can share their creations by taking a photo of their critter and posting it to the South Burnett Library's Facebook page. They may need an adult's help, but I actually think it's probably the other way around. St Mary's Catholic College Art Exhibition. If you're lucky enough to go and visit the library during September and October, please view the work of St Mary's Catholic College art students. Based on the works from well-known artists, students have explored ways artists can create social comment through art and how Indigenous artists can use alternate painting methods such as fingertips and sticks. Arts. During the last month, I've had the great pleasure of attending the Kingaroy Art Gallery to view some exceptional work by Nikita Law, and very thought-provoking piece that allows you to have your own say with the 3 people in the painting. The Wanda Art Gallery have some amazing pieces from Tangled Threads, work from Ute Greigel, Moffatdale School and Trish Erkins. The South Burnett Arts Incorporated coordinated a South Burnett Public Arts Roundtable to provide a platform for arts and community groups to share ideas and information on potential public art projects for the region. The roundtable encouraged information sharing and collaboration between groups that was attended by representatives from groups across the South Burnett, including Blackbutt, Yarraman, Nanango, Kingaroy, Highsville and Mergen. And I do believe there was Proston there as well, Kathy, so sorry about that. The Kingaroy-based artist Olivia Everett was awarded funding by the Queensland Government through the Arts Queensland Individuals Fund to undertake a mentorship and research project on the cultural resource mapping. Olivia is working to map the arts and cultural resources in the South Burnett and produce a snapshot report about the scope and cultural creative practices within our region. CQ Rassen are in the process of developing a strategic plan for Webrock Arts Committee and to help benefit and identify key priorities throughout our area, including working towards more collaboration projects. CQ Rassen will also be organising the Shine Bright Cross-Regional Festival. This will mean lighting up our communities at night with Council and CQ Rassen working closely together to plan the events. Heritage, the mural at the Kingaroy Art Museum. Brothers Ben and Harry Young of Memorandum are widely regarded as pioneers of the South Burnett peanut industry. The sons of Chinese immigrants are young. They planted their first crop in 1919. Harry Young subsequently designed the first peanut thrasher of Queensland, and Ben became the director of the Peanut Marketing Board, PMB, known as the Peanut Company of Australia. To celebrate 100 years of the peanut industry in the South Burnett, local artist Robin Dower has painted a mural at the Kingaroy Heritage Museum commemorating the peanut industry. The vision of Wolf Young and museum volunteer Robin have captured the peanut harvest over the past 100 years. A great example of partnership for a purpose. The painting is a grand addition to the museum. The project cost was $3,380, which includes a $1,880 RADA funding. $480 was funded by Wolf Young himself and in-kind contributions from artist Robin Dower and the Kingaroy Heritage Museum volunteers. Whilst we are talking about centenaries, the Burrendown Picnic Races are in the process of organising their centenary in 2 years' time with the writing of a book to celebrate. So if anyone has any information and would like to be involved, please contact Councillor Henchen or the Burrendown Picnic Race Committee. The thresher, the Kingaroy Heritage Museum Historical Peanut Thresher, has been restored and was returned to the museum at the end of August. Myself and Councillor Shoemaker went down and had a look, and they've done a great job. So the thresher was built by local pin-up farmer George Stolzenberg, who used the thresher on his own property. Mr. Stolzenberg's family donated the thresher to the Kingaroy Heritage Museum shortly after the Kingaroy Information, Art and Heritage Precinct opened in 2005. The wagon, there's a new wagon. So Hans Peter Hansen was born in Denmark, March 21st of March 1863. He arrived in Australia October 1879, worked for several years with Ipswich and Lockyer Valley. He joined the police force in 1894, and after that service he built the wagon in 1986 to bring his family and possessions to Kingaroy. Sometime after the sale of the family property, the wagon was taken to Harvey Bay, where Mrs. Joy Baltzer, a direct descendant of H.P. Hansen, cared for it. Mrs. Baltzer kindly donated the wagon to the museum on the 16th of August 2020. Sport and Rec. South Burnett Saints have had a few good runs over the last couple of weeks. I expect by the end of the season both teams will be on top of the leaderboard. They have some extremely talented players, and I believe the final is this weekend at the Saints in Kingaroy. I think I saw advertised recently. But I would also like to ask any community groups, sporting clubs or not-for-profit organisations, if they have anything they would like me to mention during my report, please let me know. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to move that my report be accepted. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much there, Councillor Pollard. Do we have a seconder for that? Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Everyone's keen to second that because of such a wonderful report. Right, does anyone have any questions or comments? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to acknowledge Councillor Potter. She's had some very big conversations over this last week in regards to our You OK Day and suicide prevention for our region. I know these are big challenges for our region, and I personally have lived through challenges of a similar nature, and certainly, you know, my heart aches for our region, particularly those in Cherbourg who unfortunately are faced with sorry business too often. And I think it's important that we continue the conversation around Are You OK Day and suicide prevention. And certainly I'd like to throw my full support behind Councillor Potter and help her, as this council has talked about in our discussions, around advocating for improved mental health services in our region and improved support services. Are You OK Day is always a very difficult day for me personally. It's a day which reminds me of my mother, who suffered enormously from bipolar as we grew up in Blackbutt. And as you can imagine, in a small community, there's very limited support services for her. Unfortunately, we don't have a relationship, and I often think about her on that day because, you know, I often think how different my life is and how fortunate I am to have the support of good people around me, and how difficult it was for her as when we were kids, certainly with my two sisters, to have very limited support services available in Blackbutt. This is something I'm really passionate about. I know I'd really like to acknowledge Councillor Potter. She does a lot of work after hours at times when nobody sees, has a lot of conversations. The people that roll into her office, it's incredible. She's always there to be a listening ear for our community. I know she's very passionate about this, and I know we're all very passionate about seeing improved services in our region. So I'd like to thank you for your report and just acknowledge, you know, how difficult Are You OK Day was this year, particularly with COVID. You know, we didn't have the normal cup of coffee in the street that we normally do, but it was great to see that workplaces did come together regardless, acknowledge the significance of the day. So thank you, Councillor Potter, for your report.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, on behalf of the Chamber. Very well said, and of course, very true. Councillor Potter, we all know, puts a significant amount of her own time into a lot of after-hours activities and events, not just in terms of attending, but also being an integral part of the planning of those. Well done. And then, of course, Council has its corporate planning process coming up in the not-too-distant future, and we very much see, this Council very much sees that as part of that corporate planning process, the importance of recognising the portfolio area that Councillor Potter has in community services, areas such as mental health, domestic violence, the support for the aged, and providing better life for the aged in our communities, and also for people living with disabilities, and creating a region whereby they can feel as though they're accepted, and they can live a very normalised life as the rest of us get to. So a very, very important area of council, and I'm sure that Councillor Potter, you'll get a lot of support from this council chamber as we develop our council corporate plan and make sure that communities is right up there with roads and parks and gardens and everything else as one of our core services. Thank you. Right, if there's no further comments, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Potter's role in the Are You OK Day and also the mental health. And I just think we do need to urge community groups to actually to reach out to Councillor Potter if they have got something to let people know about, because I know that the Jonathan Thurston is coming to Mergen as part of that, and that's part of the Beyond the Nest, and that again is about mental health. So those are the kind of stories that we need to share, because they are stories where people are through sport talking about mental health. And as Indigenous Affairs portfolio holder, I'm on that community round table for Cherbourg, and yeah, pretty much all Mayor Elvey talks about is the issues with mental health at Cherbourg at the moment. So with COVID, it is a big issue. So thank you, Councillor Potter, for what you do in that space.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Councillor Henshaw.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Potter, I'd like to just make note and bring it to everybody's attention. We have, and I know, Mr Mayor, I've spoken to you down the street in this conversation, we have some wonderful red chairs in our community. We all know what red chairs are for. We have some wonderful blue trees. I would like to see blue chairs throughout the South Burnett to acknowledge this day as well.
Well said. Thanks, Councillor Henshaw. Some very important issues there for our community, and I'm sure, as our community has always done, we'll rise to the challenge and we'll support people that need support, as our country residents always do. Right, well, all those in favour of the acceptance of Councillor Potter's very important report, thank you. Resolution passed unanimously. We'll now move on to item 11.1. Yes, actually, so Mr CEO is kindly always looking after us and suggests perhaps we should stop for a quick cup of tea. So if I could call the meeting to a close for a 10-minute break and suggest that we return at 10:40, or 30-minute break, return at 10:45. So do we have I'll move that the meeting now be closed for morning tea. Do we have a seconder for that? Yep, thank you, Councillor Schumacher.
Planning and Compliance Portfolios Report. Under weed control, pest management contractors and staff treated 1.7 hectares of restricted weeds in August, including Mother of Millions, treatment on council roads and reserves in the Bayi, Bundoomba, Wandai, Toongoora, Kushney, Coolabunya, Bowie, Brooklands, Maidenville and Gordonbrook areas, and inspections were completed in the Wattlecamp, Wilkesdale and Wengenville areas. Hudson Pear, there was inspections in the Wilkesdale area as well in conjunction with biosecurity, and council spray trailer was hired out to one landowner to treat giant rat's tail grass in the Cloyna area, and splatter guns were used by landowners in the Brooklands, Cloyna and Dangle areas for lantana control. And I'll add that that's continuing. If you will remember, my report from last month suggested the same, so it's a continued effort. In wild dog and feral pig control, a total of two landowners were supplied with 200 wild dog baits in the Wengenville, and 7 kilos of meat was injected to manage feral dogs in the Brooklands area. Again, an ongoing, continued facility that's supplied. Rabbit control, carrots were injected with K5 calicivirus and distributed on properties in the Wandai, Bowie, South Nanango, Corndale Road, Coolabunya, Kingaroy Showgrounds, Wandai Showgrounds, the Wandai Dip, Yards and Jorgensen's Road area. With wandering livestock, we received 21 requests to attend wandering livestock across the region. 1 cow was impounded in the month of August. That was up from 5 from the previous month. Stock route grazing permits, there's been no adjustment applications received or processed during the month of August. In the fire management, South Burnett Rural Fire Brigades completed a prescribed burn at Maidenwell Reserve, completing the 3 priority council burns identified by Regional Fire Management Group for the Operation Cool Burn 2020. Whilst other reserves were scheduled to be burnt this year, COVID-19 and social distancing practices have significantly reduced the capacity of Queensland Fire and Emergency Services resources to undertake prescribed burns this season. In our sale yards staff inspected 771 and processed 925 cattle through the dip in August, and a total of 160 head were sold through the Coolabunnya sale yards for a total of $471,255.70. People might acknowledge that that is well down from some $1.6 million for the previous month. That being said, there were some fairly major annual weaner and store sales and some very impressive bull sales in that as well. Natural Resources staff completed 33 environmental assessments prior to the commencement of gravel resheeting works and visibility clearing. Planning Regulation Walkable Neighbourhoods Amendment. The amendment regulation that come into effect on the 28th of September 2020 requires that development applications for residential subdivisions are assessed by the Council against the requirements of the amended regulation for the provision of connected street layouts. Shorter block lengths, footpaths, street trees and proximity to parks and open space. These 5 design elements are recognised as contributing to creating supportive environments for improved physical activity and health outcomes. The new requirements will apply to developed applications to reconfiguring a lot of subdivisions into 2 or more lots for residential purposes in certain residential zones, except rural residential zones, where at least one road is created or extended. Council must assess the development application against the requirements that include: 1, the connectivity for pedestrians is to provide through a grid-like street layout responding to the local landscape. 2, block lengths are a maximum of 250 metres. 3, footpaths are provided on at least one side of local neighbourhood roads and on both sides of main streets. 4, at least one street tree is provided per 15 metres on each side of all streets. And 5, blocks are within 400 metres of a park or open space to the extent, topography and other physical constraints reasonably permit. A park may refer to any of the types of park defined for this assessment benchmark. Infill development, where no new roads are created, are not subject to these requirements. Walkability Improvement Tool. While Queensland's planning framework encourages the creation of new walkable neighbourhoods, many existing residential neighbourhoods are not conducive to walking. Retrofitting existing environments to improve walkability can require significant investment involving many challenges. These challenges are not insurmountable and provide good potential for return on those investments, including health and environmental benefits. The Walkability Improvement Tool provides built environment professionals such as town planners, surveyors and engineers with a methodology to identify and prioritise walkability improvements in existing neighbourhoods. This tool provides an approach for determining how pedestrian friendly and identified improvements as and when funding becomes available. The tool is available on the Department of State Development, Manufacturing and Infrastructure and Planning website. With that, I'd like to thank my departments I work with and within in the Rural Department of Natural Resources and our rural and our planning and compliance sectors for the work that goes into this behind the scenes. And I'd like my portfolio report be moved and accepted for this month of September. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Henson. Do we have a second for that? Thanks, Councillor Potter. Does any councillor have questions or comments that they'd like to make? Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge Councillor Henson's good report and obviously the red and the pink. And today I just want to also say that on after the meeting we're going to launch the Pinking Up South Burnett in October. But what I just wanted to say was, and I've had a few complaints, and you and Councillor Henson would be aware of it, that now the dog-on baits, and it has been for quite some time, but it's becoming more relevant at the moment, is people can just get them over the counter. So council once was in control of all of the 1080 baiting, but now you can buy them at your different rural outlets. So just wanted to alert people to that, because if there's some dogs accidentally baited, it's not always going to be to do with the fact that council's given out 1080 baits, because they're available outside council's delegate. Like we can't control that.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Duff. Councillor Henson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor and Councillor Duff. That's correct. Council can do that and works a wonderful facility in dog baiting and pig baiting avenues. But again, rural landowners can take it upon themselves to do what they want and what they see fit, and we as a council can't control that. And there's many avenues out there that rural landowners are taking on, and Councillor Duff, I'm well aware of it, but it's also, there's people complaining, some people are complaining about baits that are being put out or not, certainly not issued by council on smaller holdings. And again, council has it's very hard to police and control that when it's taken upon the individual themselves. But I'd just like to reiterate Councillor Duff's mention that they are available over the counter in many other facilities, but I would really like to enforce to the landowners and rural producers and the small aggregations that we have to be very cautious in baiting, because it might not necessarily be exactly what you're targeting, might take that bait. So there's a lot of responsibility needs to be taken by the actual people doing that themselves. So thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to comment. It's great to hear about the walkability tool, and I'm probably really keen as a council to understand that tool a little bit more and how we can maybe apply that to some of our future decision making around investment in footpaths and general connectivity around our towns. I've spoken a lot about livability and lifestyle and how that plays a key role in, I think, economic development and population growth into the future, and I certainly am keen to see that tool come forward and learn a little bit more about the walkability tool and how it can be applied to council's operations.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Of course, biosecurity is a significant issue for our region, as it is for all major agricultural production areas in Queensland. Our council has, as part of the advocacy document I spoke about before, that has now gone to government and is also on its way to the state opposition, highlights the importance of empowering councils to play a greater role in biosecurity across our region. Right, all those in favour of the acceptance of Councillor Henson's report, thank you all. Resolution passed unanimously. We'll now move on to item 11.2 on the agenda, which is at 185. It's the material change of use application for expansion of existing piggeries at 161 and 225 Elbow Road and other properties 13 on SP 139361, 15 to 17 on FY 425 and other lots, the applicant being Sunny Nook Farms Proprietary Limited, MCU 19/0011. Now, with this matter, I will go through the summary for the benefit of all councillors, the media and the public. The application for material change of use, a development permit, intensive animal industry piggery expansion is over 3 stages. The subject site is including in the rural zone under the South Burnett Regional Council Planning Scheme version 1.3. The proposal is impact accessible, subject to public notification and triggered assessment against the entire planning scheme, which includes strategic framework, rural zone code, services and works code. 1 public submission was received during the notification period. Refer to attachment D. The applicant currently operates a piggery at William Webber Road, consisting of 5,200 standard pig units, also known as SPUs, a piggery at 225 Elbow Road, consisting of 3,000 SPUs, and 161 Elbow Road, consisting of 1,500 SPUs. The age of the existing piggeries at 225 and 161 Elbow Road has necessitated the landowners to consolidate all three piggeries into a single piggery at the William Webber Road site by following a staged approach. The William Webber site will be expanded and the final development will result in 28,000 SPUs with the decommissioning of the 2 Elbow Road piggeries. All sheds will be conventional systems following the consolidation of all sites. Ancillary buildings at the Elbow Road site will be maintained for general farming and administration purposes. Now, the proposed piggery will be set back over 200 metres from William Webber Road frontage. Effluent irrigation areas will maintain a 20-metre buffer from the property boundary. The current total SPUs across the three subject sites is of 9,700 SPUs. The proposed expansion is as follows. Stage 1, addition of 8 weaner sheds to William Webber Road piggery, increasing GFA by 6,624.4 square metres, taking the total capacity to 13,200 SPUs of the William Webber Road piggery, greater than 8,000 SPUs. Total capacity, 17,700 SPUs across the three sites. Be no change of the SPUs at the Elbow Road piggeries, and conversion of deep litter sheds to conventional sheds at William Webber Road with no change in GFA of deep litter sheds proposed. Stage 2, the addition of 23 new grower sheds at William Webber Road piggery, increasing GFA by 9,660 square metres, taking the total capacity to 24,700 SPUs of William Webber Road piggery, destocking Elbow Road piggeries. Stage 3, addition of 6 new grower sheds at William Webber Road piggery, increasing GFA by 2,520 square metres, taking the total capacity to 27,700 standard pig units, rounded to 28,000 SPUs for approval purposes. Referral to SARA as per planning regulation, Schedule 10, Part 5, Division 4, Table 2, Item 1, Development Application for Environmentally Relevant Activities, Schedule 10, Part 9, Division 4, Subdivision 1, Table 1, Item 1, Development Application exceeding the State Transport Infrastructure Threshold, and Schedule 10, Part 9, Division 4, Subdivision 2, Table 4, Item 1, Development Application for Material Change of Use within 25 metres of a state transport corridor. The proposal is considered to be consistent with the rural zoning of the site and well separated from sensitive receptors in accordance with national environmental guidelines for indoor piggeries. The application has been assessed against the overall outcomes and performance outcomes of the relevant codes and conditioned to comply. Refer to Attachment C, Statement of Reasons. Application is recommended for approval subject to reasonable and relevant conditions. As such, it is the officer's recommendation that Council approve the material change of use, development permit for an intensive animal industry piggery expansion, stages 1 to 3, located at Lot 13 on SP 139361, 225 Elbow Road, Lot 4 on SP 1571 161 Elbow Road, Lot 1 on RP 911368 William Webber Road, Lot 15 on FY 425 1894 Mergan Gander Road, Lot 16 on FY 425 William Webber Road, and Lot 17 on FY 425 William Webber Road, subject to the following conditions. Those conditions will be as stated in the agenda, in the motion in front of us. They are quite extensive, and the conditions apply across a range of areas and to all three stages of the development. Council, the officer's recommendation is in front of us in relation to this. I have read that. Do I have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Jones. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Right, now does any councillor have any questions or wish to speak for or against the motion? Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'm very supportive of this motion. I think it's fantastic that a local family has seen fit to expand their piggery in our region, and I think it ticks all the boxes for me. I know there was one objection from people concerned about the Cloyna School, but that's been addressed through the Driver Code of Conduct and EPA environmental requirements. My question is the one, and I just not through you, Mr Mayor, not sure who to address it to, but it's just about the LGIP charges, because I know that in the report, I think it says a $7,000 road upgrade, but I'm not 100% sure if that's the only charge. I just wanted to know where we're sitting at the moment with the LGIP charges on this particular development. So,
Thank you, Councillor Duff. General Manager O'May, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, this proposal is seeking to consolidate SPUs or pigs from other farms into the one property. So what we have actually done is rather than charges for all of the pigs that are going here, there will be an offsetting credit for the ones that are being removed. So it's basically simply shifting some to others. So it's really only the additional number. And so initially, if you charge the charges on all of the SPUs for this to 29,000 or something, then it was quite significant charges. So that has meant a large reduction in the LGIP charges, because it's really only the increase in numbers. So that really been an offsetting credit for the ones that are being taken out of the system.
Thank you, General Manager O'May. You comfortable with that, Councillor Duff?
Thank you. Yes, I'm very comfortable with that.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I would certainly like to congratulate Sunnysnook Farms for the work they've done to meet the stringent regulatory requirements needed to progress this expansion. I've read the report from front to back and applaud the work they've done to maintain certainly their social licence to operate and reduce the localised impacts of their operations. It's my view that our region supports a diverse range of rural land activities, including grazing, dairying, piggeries and cropping, and the intensive animal industry proposed in this development is consistent and expected land use in the rural area. I'm fully supportive of our pork industry and doing what we can as a region and a council to support the industry's long-term sustainability. And I'd certainly just like to congratulate the Sunnysnook team on their efforts and applaud how much work has gone into shaping up a state-of-the-art project such as this one. It certainly will create on-flowing benefits for our region. I can't wait to see them get started. Once again, an enormous thank you to the Bishop family and Sunnysnook Farms for your investment in the South Burnett, an investment that will help us create a more secure future for our region. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Can I also just confirm what you've said, acknowledge everyone in the pork industry, certainly the Sunnysnook, the director of Sunnysnook for this proposal. Of course, the pork industry is a significant contributor to our regional GRP, and of course, South Burnett is the epicentre of the pork industry for Queensland and a significant part of the industry nationally. Could I also acknowledge the work General Manager O'May and Manager Chris Duplessis for the work that you have undertaken with your team. I'm looking through this and noticing the number of pieces of legislation. This isn't just about the Planning Act. It cuts across a whole raft of legislation. A significant body of work has gone into getting it to this point. Congratulations to all parties involved in working together to get us to where we are today. Right, councillors, does anyone else wish to speak for or against or make any comments? Councillor Jones, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. It's pretty straightforward. You've just referenced all the conditions and everything else, and backing up what Councillor Shoemaker said, it's a credit to the family that's involved here with the proposal, and this is going to create more work in the region. It's going to be an economic boost. It backs up the growth of our pork industry, and what I can see reading the report and checking it out, correct me if I'm wrong, Manager Duplessis, but these people have responded to all conditions and every other restriction or request that was put to them, and I think it's done a wonderful job. So, summing it up, they've done everything they need to do. There's nothing that you can say that would be a con. There's a lot of pros, and I can't see a con in there at all. So I'm happy for this to go forward for the benefit of our region and the family, of course, involved.
Thank you, councillors. We have Councillor Henson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, reiterate our other councillors' opinions, fully support Sunny Nook. There's, as we have in front of us, some 80 pages of documents here. There's not been too many stones unturned in this, and it's a big credit to the family and Sunny Nook Farms, and a great positive for the region in expanding their business. So well done to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Right, we'll put the motion to the floor to vote. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now move on to item 11.3 on the agenda, Code of Practice for Keeping and Breeding of Dogs and Cats in the South Burnett region at 265. So there's been a number of, a little bit of a summary on this one, a number of deficiencies or unaddressed issues with the Queensland Government's animal welfare standards and guidelines for dog breeding have been identified, and the state's document is very vague and makes broad statements. The state government have said that they want to stamp out puppy farms, but their guideline does not go far enough or have enough specific detailed conditions to attempt to address the keeping and breeding standard of animal facilities. It is therefore very hard from an enforcement perspective to implement or apply such a code in practical terms. It would also be difficult from an industry perspective to know exactly what one has to do in order to comply. In an attempt to provide a solution to this state situation, Council's compliance section has developed a draft proposed Code of Practice for the keeping and breeding of dogs and cats in the South Burnett region. Council's Code of Practice was based upon the Victorian Government's Code of Practice for keeping and breeding of dogs and cats, as well as the Gold Coast City Council's Code of Practice for keeping and breeding of dogs and cats, and the New South Wales Government's Code of Practice for keeping of and breeding of dogs and cats was also reviewed. Council is committed to engaging with the community and industry on issues and changes that may affect them, and therefore it is necessary to take this draft proposal document to community consultation. As such, the recommendation is that Council approve for release the draft Code of Practice for the keeping and breeding of dogs and cats in the South Burnett region for public consultation. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Potter, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Froloff. Does any councillor wish to speak for or against the motion? Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think this is a great document, and it brings to light that the issues we have had in the area previously, and I think that this document will hopefully help our staff put an end to some of the things that have been happening. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I know that Manager Craig Patch has done an enormous amount of work on this. It's been an ongoing issue for a very, very long time. I know the dog and cats, people, particularly dog breeders, have wanted this for a very, very long time. To pull all that together, I just wanted to have a big shout out to Manager Craig Patch because this is years of work. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly acknowledge it's an extensive document. It's very comprehensive, and I'm supportive in theory. I am concerned about some of its implementation. Certainly, I think community consultation is an important part of this, and we must ensure that what we adopt as a council can actually be achieved in our region. I want to also emanate, I've read in the report that to adopt some of these practices, we will have to consider as a council how we can appropriately resource the enforcement of these changes. So certainly I think it's great that we're adopting this as a draft, as something to have a discussion in our community. Certainly I can see, that there are learnings from the Gold Coast that have been applied, and certainly down south, some of the councils down there. However, I'm very acutely aware of how important it is to have responsible practices that ensure animal welfare. But I just want to make sure that what we do adopt is right for our region. This is quite a comprehensive document, so certainly look forward to the feedback that comes back from community consultation. I probably just want to ask a question of GMO May in terms of what is the length of consultation and how the reports of that consultation will be reported back to the council so that we can make a decision about this.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. The idea is that the consultation would be over September, October. Then we would collate feedback through that from that process, and it would come back to any amendments or that will come back through council for approval. So yeah, this is just the draft document. The one you see in 2 or 3 months' time might look completely different, or might be minor tweaks. So the idea is this can get out there and we can get that feedback and bring it back.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. General Manager May. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. Yes, it's a big document. This is a big document, a very important one in relation to dogs and cats. I think it's been certainly well put together, and it's gone across the board from Victoria to the Gold Coast. And I think so long as we're with an open mind, that not only is this document very, very detailed, but I think on top of that we need to, and I know Councillor Shoemaker and I are in the process of talking to some fairly relevant and important people in relation to this within our own South Burnett. There's some wonderful facilities out there. Not that being said, we need to be well aware that the people and the public need to be educated in just the looking after and the welfare of dogs and cats. So that's a priority, I think, as well as the recommendations in this wonderful document. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now move on to item 12.1, which is I'd like to welcome Councillor Fryloff to present the Local Disaster Management, Water, Wastewater and Waste Management Portfolio Report. Thank you, Councillor Fryloff.
Thank you, Mayor. And that local disaster management. The South Burnett Local Disaster Management Group is currently at alert. Key agencies within the LDMG continue to meet on a regular basis to ensure that the group remains aware and prepared that there should be any further cases of COVID-19 within the South Burnett. In addition, the Human and Social and Economic Subgroup Committee continue to remain engaged with the South Burnett Local Disaster Recovery Group, now at Lean Forward. They are continuing to assist with the coordination and communications for community recovery as required. The Local Disaster Management Group are continuing to liaise with Queensland Health being the lead agency of the COVID-19 pandemic. We recently participated in a district disaster management group scenario exercise with the following agencies involved: Queensland Police, Aged Care Facilities, Queensland Health and the District Disaster Management Group. This type of scenario and exercise ensures that we are on the front foot in planning to ensure that we are assisting Queensland Health where required and ensure that we are well equipped to keep our community safe. Following on from our last disaster management group meeting, it was agreed that Council would assist businesses in ensuring that they were aware of their requirements from the public health directions and had their COVID safe plans, checklists and industry plans together with contact tracing information. The South Burnett Regional Council has recently compiled business information packs to ensure businesses were aware of their requirements. These packs were hand-delivered to all businesses, especially food, pubs, hotels, accommodation and personal appearances as beauty, hairdressers and barbers in the main towns of the South Burnett region. The 2020-21 Get Ready Queensland Grant Program has this week been approved for the South Burnett. This year, Get Ready Queensland are running a schools competition between the 7th of September 2020 to the 6th of November 2020. Queensland schools have the chance to win a visit from Jonathan Thurston as part of the Get Ready Queensland competition that's designed to help children prepare for disasters. This information has been distributed to our local schools, and we are hoping their involvement might win them a visit from Jonathan Thurston, and also provide great opportunity and awareness for school students to work with their families to prepare their own evacuation kits, household emergency plans coming into the storm and fire seasons, and Council will continue to promote this competition. Water and wastewater. Works in progress and future work summary for August-September 2020. The following are current and planned works. Current water main replacements for 2020 are as follows. Kingaroy CBD project. We have Alfred Street from Youngman to Short, Kingaroy Street East Side, Kingaroy Street West Side, Hayley Street Northern Side, Hayley Street South Side, Glendon Street, Youngman Street North and Ream Street. And in Wandai we have Hayley Street from Hodge to Scott Street, and we're on replacement of 700 water metres around the regional areas, South Burnett. Restriction and dam levels as of the 24th of the 8th, 2020. In the last reporting period, BP Dam is at 15.1% and Bunduma Dam is at 33%. Council will continue with seeking alternative water supplies with drought conditions continuing throughout the South Burnett area. Council is monitoring water restriction levels, and all towns remain on level 3 restrictions as of this moment. The other two raw storage dams are Gordon Brook 53.8 and Boo Bear Dam 21%. And water allocations and the financial year consumption and the reactive works for the financial year to date will be tabled and available out on the site after this meeting. I'd like to have my local disaster management, water, wastewater and waste management portfolio to be accepted.
Thanks for moving that, Councillor Henson. Councillor Freloff, sorry. Do we have a second for that? Thanks, Councillor Henson. And can I say, a very comprehensive report. It's quite a mouthful, isn't it? Local disaster management, water, wastewater and waste management portfolio. And of course, a lot happening in that area. And once again, Mr CEO and I have had pleasure in presenting to both sides of politics at the state level the importance of water, including urban water supply for our communities. Right, Councillor Duff.
I just wanted to, through you, Mr Chair, just thank Acting General Manager Tim on the tour we had of the pipe bursting in Nanango, my fellow councillors, and I enjoyed going there and putting our high-vis vests on and having a look at them doing that unusual skill of pipe bursting. So yeah, it was something a bit different to have a look at. So thank you for that opportunity.
Yeah, thanks very much, Acting General Manager Lowe. And of course, it's another example of where this particular team are using state-of-the-art technology to reduce what could have been a $3 to $4 million cost to council back to $1.5 million, only through the use of that, as I said, what is really cutting-edge technology, pardon the pun, cutting-edge technology, Tim, in pushing that pipe bursting infrastructure through the Nanango sewage line. Well done. Right, does anyone have any questions in relation to the report? If not, we'll have the motion voted on. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now move on to item 12.2 on the agenda, which is at 3:27. And in summary, Council undertook a review of its standpipe charges as a result of water restriction reviews and inquiries made by people across the region in comparison of scheme charges. And as a result of having uncontrolled consumption of water from standpipes, particularly when supply restrictions are in place. The officer's recommendation in relation to this is that Council undertake a further review of options to manage consumption and access to standpipes across the South Burnett, and that a report be presented to Council at its December 2020 meeting for consideration with details of options and costs. Now, do we have a councillor wishing to move such? Thank you very much, Councillor Froloff. Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Jones. I'll now open the floor to councillors wishing to speak for or against the motion, or to ask any questions. Thank you, councillors. Yes, Councillor Duff.
Mr. Mayor, I'm thinking that there is. I'm wondering whether it's a better option that we actually do it through our. We're doing a whole review of our rates and fees and charges, and whether we could, rather than just do it this in isolation, whether it could be part of an overall review, because the issues about the cost of standpipes, that comes into a whole package of different outcomes for ratepayers, and I just wondered whether we'd be better served to do it in an overall review of our rates and fees and charges.
Sorry, Councillor Duff, I was just suggesting that gets folded into the proposal to consider our rating categories. I'm just going to refer this to Mr CEO, if you could. Thanks, Mark.
Good question. Thank you, Councillor. The rates and charges and the review of the rates and charges for the future budget year, yep, certainly the cost of water will come up at the whole range. I would actually it's a good opportunity to remind people that may have missed it through the budget process. Water rates and sewage rates should have went up approximately 4.5% this year. Council chose, being a COVID year, to wear some significant losses, for want of a better term, with that, and only put them up to 2%. General rate rise was 0%. Your standpipe fees and charges, the majority of fees and charges haven't gone up. They've been fixed in time as of last year. So that review you're talking about is a very, very important review as to where we go going forward. And there's been significant concession given through those fee rises. This review will not only just focus on price, so you've got the aspects of the whole standpipe debate as I understand it, but a lot of the issue that we have with standpipe vandalism and other issues aside, which actually has slowed down over the last couple of months, which is a nice little break, is that the provision of water, no doubt it will be discussed, but it's not only a pricing mechanism, but it's the provision of water, fast, slow flow, how that water is accessed through the card readers, and so this review would actually take in, and I'm happy to be corrected, acting general manager, but this review really needs to deal with the provision of water, not just the costing. So it would be a good opportunity, well, not only a good opportunity, but it is something that I would think as an organisation for the future management of those machines, whatever that looks like, that we need to continue to review that, and pricing is just one part of it.
Yes, thank you, Mr CEO, for explaining that. I would also just like to perhaps add, from my perspective, that a significant part of this issue, and perhaps more so than the residential users, the rural residential users, is managing consumption and access to standpipes across the region by commercial operators. And I think that's a really significant part of that. For me, that's really where we should primarily focus here, because I have been aware of stories shared by the community of tankers filling up with something called belly tanks and other things beside our standpipes, using the larger outlet, hooking into that, jumping in the cab and having a rest while they fill up with water and then head back to outside our region to sell the water. So I know other regions have a permit system and controls around that, where you have to apply for a permit to buy water on a commercial basis and resell it. They get a tag and you get a water. You get a sticker that goes on your truck, and you pay, a monthly fee. I think in Sunshine Coast it's $25 a month you pay for that permit, and then you pay the standard rate after that. So there's a fairly broad that's an issue, another issue in itself that needs to be dealt with. So I just wanted to make councillors aware that that commercial operation utilisation is also an important consideration. Other councillors wishing to comment, speak for or against the motion? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm just saying I'm not against the motion. It was just a suggestion of a different way of doing it. But I'm happy to support the motion.
Right, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, I think, in my short time in council, we've talked a lot about reviewing current systems and policies and practices, and certainly I think the provision of water is really important. When we made this initial decision, we were talking about our concerns around the lowering levels of Mandoomba Dam and alike. So certainly I think water security for our region continues to be an issue, and I welcome the opportunity to do a review. However, in the financial and resource implications of this report, it has been reported here that council officers would be diverted from current operational priorities, and some external costs from specialists may be required. Any significant expenditure requirements would be reported through to council. My worry is, are we taking people away from important work, priority work, to do a review at this point in time that certainly I think there is some work happening in this space. So I'm probably just keen to understand more around how council is set up to actually resource this review, and if this is really the best decision for our council at this point in time.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Acting General Manager, did you want to respond in terms of the resourcing requirements?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I believe we've got the resource capability to do it in-house. There'd just be some external specialists required, mainly to do with the card readers, the systems, how we can integrate them so that we can have a multi-level system so that you've got standard rates or you've got discounted rates, those sort of things.
Thank you, Acting General Manager. Councillor Shoemaker, did you want to respond to General Manager before we go to Councillor Jones?
I just wanted to ask a question. I know we've been told before, but I was just curious, what has council actually invested in standpipe infrastructure to date? Like, I know that's pretty new infrastructure. Just want to confirm when it was actually installed and what we have spent as a region in installing this infrastructure to date.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I can take that on under advisement, but I can give you a rough idea if that's sufficient. Each standpipe costs roughly $60,000. The initial standpipes were put in about 2.5 years ago. The last standpipe was installed at Hydesville approximately 18 months ago. That standpipe was part of the, I think it was federal government drought funding assistance. The other standpipes were installed under council's costs.
Thank you. Yeah, you're happy with that, Councillor Shoemaker? Thanks, Acting General Manager. Councillor Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this review is imperative. I think we need to continue down this path, and in discussions that I've had with Acting General Manager Lowe and General Manager Meehan and Councillor Froloff, ever since this decision was made in June, and where this situation has landed, I think it is imperative that we have this review and back our staff to give us the information. And this issue won't be resolved until we get that correct. And following up on CEO Mark's comments, it goes a lot further than just the pricing issue. There's a lot of other things there. The involvement on supplying water and all that sort of stuff. So I am 100% behind this review to go ahead. We've certainly heard enough about it, and people are wishing for this to be reviewed, and I think it is imperative that this goes ahead, and I am fully supportive of this review to take place as of today.
Thanks very much, Councillor Jones. Any other councillors? Councillor Henshin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Other councillors. Yes, a decision was made earlier on in the piece, and we have heard a lot about this. I cannot reiterate enough the importance of water in the South Burnett. Let's go back 2 years and we didn't have a facility as this. I think it's certainly a cost being borne by council and ratepayers that we, and I personally am happy to review it. Whatever we do, we're not going to keep everybody happy, that's for sure. But if I put my rural hat on, I know the value of water only too well. If I put my councillor hat on, I know the value of water even more so now. It is imperative that we look after it, and I think more so it is imperative that the users of the water do the same thing. So I'm fully supportive of a review, and I hope we can come to an agreement and arrangement that is so be able to be sustainable for everybody within this region and our South Burnett. So I look forward to the review, and we'll see where that takes us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henshin. Acting General Manager, could I ask one question? I believe you provided a response to a request for information from Councillor Duff that's gone to all councillors, just in relation to these standpipe facilities and the provision of water in terms of kilolitres. What percentage of our total water allocation do these standpipe use? I just haven't got that report, but could you just confirm that again?
Off the top of my head, Mr Mayor, I think it was 2% or roughly 2%.
Just under 2%, 1.9 was it?
1.61%.
1.61.
Yeah, so 51,940 kilolitres per year.
Right. So the standpipes, you're confirming, use approximately 1.6% of our total water that we issue across the region to our residents, and entire, obviously, that includes industrial use, wouldn't I'd imagine?
Yes, that's correct, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Look, I suppose if I can now speak to the matter, again, I am concerned about the need to engage external specialists and consultants, having certainly, with all due respect, CEO Mark, taken on board your views as to the broad requirement here for a broader review, but for a broader allocation that only represents 1.6% of our entire water usage across the region, I'm wondering whether this review is something that is in fact necessary, or whether we have bigger rocks, more important matters to deal with in this space. I certainly am concerned about commercial operators. I would much prefer to see that this review was across the South Burnett in relation to commercial operators, and putting a system in place as is in place in other regional councils to perhaps issue permits and control the access and consumption by commercial operators, because I believe that's where there could be water going outside of our region, and that is a loss to our community. Now, for that to happen, it would require that the motion that is on the table to be amended, and that would require the mover, Councillor Froeloff, and Councillor Jones, I believe, Mr CEO, to support such. Otherwise, the motion would stand as is. Or moved off the floor, yeah. Right, so I would then move off the floor that Council undertake a further review of options to manage consumption and access to standpipes across the South Burnett by commercial operators, to insert the 3 words, by commercial operators, and that a report be presented to Council at its December 2020 meeting for consideration with details of options and costs. So I will now move that off the floor as an amendment to the original motion. Do we have anyone who would like to prepared to second such? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Mr CEO, is it now appropriate to invite councillors to speak to the amendment?
Yes, correct, Mayor.
Good. Thank you, Mr CEO. Does any councillor wish to speak for or against the proposed amendment? Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I will speak against that motion that you've just moved from the floor, simply because I think it needs to go totally agree with the commercial operators and their usage and all that sort of stuff. But I think this review needs to go a lot broader than just the commercial operators, as far as I'm concerned, because this has been an issue, and you referred to 1.6% of the water usage, but the people out there that are representing, they would be somewhere around a similar percentage of the ratepayer base. So we've certainly taken notice of them, and I think 1.61%, even though it sounds very small, it does add up to a lot of water usage. And yes, I have no doubt, and I've had the same people, or not the same people, but the same issue raised to me in regards to commercial operators using those standpipes and all that sort of stuff. So I would like to see, as we, the initial motion, I would support that. I would like to see a broader review of the whole while we're doing it. Acting General Manager Lowe indicated that he has the resources to do it internally with maybe some small costs external. I think this issue has got to the head. It's got very messy, and council's had a role to play in that, and so has a lot of other people. But I think it's time now to review this, and when we review it, we made a commitment in conversations that we've had prior as council to take the review between now and December, as stated. So me personally, my only views, I would like to see the whole broad review done right across like every aspect of the standpipe charges.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Other councillors? So we're speaking now in relation to the proposed amendment. Thank you, Councillor Froloff.
Sorry, Matt. Yes, I totally agree with Councillor Jones. I believe that we should be doing a broader review on this water issue that we have, not just, I do understand about the commercial operators, but I think it needs to go broader.
Thanks, Councillor Froloff. Other councillors? Haven't had a chance to speak to the matter yet. Councillor Schumacher?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly I think it's important that we consider the whole scheme, the whole water scheme. I'm hearing what Councillor Froloff and Councillor Jones has said. I'm just really concerned that we're wasting a lot of time and energy on something that is potentially only a small issue, and with respect to everybody in our region. I certainly would much rather our council focus on the big strategic objectives that we would like to achieve as a council, rather than get bogged down in some of these details. I think I've certainly listened to our community, you know, the views put forward. I think this is a decision. We are in a drought. Certainly I know we are doing some work already around water restrictions, and I think that this folds into the work that we're doing with water restrictions and the review of fees and charges. I don't want to see, personally, I think it would be better for council to invest its time and resources in some of the bigger issues, such as water security for the township of Kingaroy in the current climate, than be focusing on the 1.61% of water usage, which is for people who desperately need water. So it is my view that I do not support the original motion put forward on the table. And thank you, Mr Mayor, for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. Councillor Potter, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I agree to the original motion, but I also like the amendment to add the commercial, make sure we get the commercials in there. I think we do need to do a review of our water. This might be a small issue, but it's taken up a lot of our time in the last 4 months or so. So I think this is something we need to do. We need to do it for our community, and we need to know the outcome of this and see if there's a better way of doing things. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other councillors? Councillor Duff, thank you.
I think that as far as the a review, we've probably done a lot of work. The staff have done a lot of work on the actual feedback on the just the regular standpipe users, but what came out of left field was the commercial users, and I didn't even realise when we voted that the first time that there were that the standpipes for commercial users were included in that particular recommendation. So I think that, as the Mayor has pointed out, that probably the commercial users definitely needs to be addressed, but there's probably not a lot more that we can learn about the standpipe from a review, and it probably is a timely and, as Councillor Shoemaker said, a costly exercise. So I probably, in this occasion, yes, I'd probably support the amendment. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. I will allow a second opportunity to speak, Councillor Jones. It's an important matter. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I assume correctly that the initial review motion included looking at commercial operators and the usage, and would it include an overall general view of the water usage, the security, what we need to do to get it there, and would it be safe to say that that would be a lot of good information in regarding to usage, control and costing moving forward? Would that be a fair assumption, or have I got that wrong? Would that be part of the review, commercial operators included, on the initial motion?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I would agree with that, Councillor. We weren't. We were going to be looking at a whole system of how we can, if we can modify the existing standpipes to be able to record usage data, different payment methods, etc. And so that would also encompass it's everyone that uses the standpipes. So that would automatically take care of the commercial.
Can I just?
Thanks, General Manager. Yeah, one quick question.
Yep. So
thank you,
again,
Councillor
through you,
Jones.
Mr Mayor, to you, Acting GM. Now, with the initial review on the standpipes, the cost of that compared to solely reviewing the commercial traders, is there if we just go in as the amendment says and we look at the commercial operators' usage and all that sort of stuff, the added cost on top of that to do the whole broad review, would that be huge, minimal? Could you give us a rough idea? Is it roughly the same price to investigate commercial or the whole show?
Through you, Mr Mayor. At this point in time, it would be roughly the same cost. The reality is the current system has no way of differentiating between a commercial user and a domestic user. So it doesn't record, because it's purely on a credit card system, it's not on an accumulation system. So each transaction is an individual transaction. There is no record of how much one person or one operator takes out of the standpipe.
Thanks, General Manager Lowe. I'll give the other councillors one short opportunity as well. Wouldn't let me do this, but in this case I will, in all fairness. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the additional information. I guess I know we've had some discussions about this in portfolio briefings, but the report here that I'm reading in the agenda says that council officers would be taken from current operational priorities. And after looking at those declining levels of our dams, I fear we do have a number of real significant operational priorities at the moment. And I think at the end of the day, the community discussion has been about the price point. And I think at this point in time, we have enough work on our hands that I can only go on the information that has been provided to me here in our council meeting agenda. It says quite clearly that staff will be taken away from current operational priorities, which is a concern for me when you consider Gordon Brook Dam is currently nearing that 50% mark.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Duff.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. I'm actually going to change my view on this. I think that as it's not going to cost any more, as the acting general manager has suggested, like if you don't even know the difference between commercial and private use, I mean, all of that would come out. We need to get that information. I think if it doesn't cost any more, and the amendment then is still going to cost pretty much the same, I'm happy to go full, to do the full review. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Right, now look, I'm going to wrap this up, but as the mover of the amendment, a mover of the current motion that's at hand, I'm going to exercise the right of reply to the comments that have been shared by councillors. First of all, Councillor Jones, you made reference to commitment by council in conversations that we've had in portfolio. Let me make it very clear that those conversations are irrelevant to this floor. This is the decision-taking point, and that council will not and cannot engage in giving commitments to anything in a portfolio briefing. To do so would be in breach of the Act. The commercial operations side, Tim, that we're talking about, as I understand it, it would require that if we decide to change the system for everybody to a card reader system, for example, that if that's a recommendation that comes out of a review, it could come at significant capital cost to have to reconfigure the standpipes to go to a card reader system for everybody. Now, I'm not going to ask you to quantify that cost today because I know that it's very hard until you do the body of work. But in conversations that I've had, and I've done an extensive amount of work in consulting the community over the last 2 months on this, probably I would suggest several hours, a full weekend, 12 hours on Saturday and 12 hours Sunday. And I put the conversation to people who are using the standpipes about, would you like to see a different system, perhaps a system that, has a different monitoring mechanism, et cetera, something that aligns with our current system with urban users around access charges. And they said, absolutely not, you're just complicating it far too much. Our concern is that we have 2 outlets on most of the standpipes. We have one pipe that's that round that I saw, and then there's another big section that comes off the side, which is your big, I think it's about almost a 3-inch outlet, Tim, right? And I'll come back to you, Tim, with the question shortly. Thanks. But the big outlet's where the commercial operators are hooking into. So we've got 2 outlets, and it's that big outlet where the problem is. So in some of the research I've been told that what other councils have done at very little capital cost, without a card reader system, is to simply put a control on that large outlet, so a locking mechanism on that large outlet. Now, let's say we had 20 commercial operators in our region. We would issue 20 permits. We would have 20 stickers on trucks. We would have 20 sets of keys to open that. So there isn't a card reader system. They can still use as much water as they want, but you can't get access to the water if you are not living and operating within our regional council area. So that's where I'm going to with the commercial operation stuff, because I just feel that the benefit of reviewing all the rural residential use system and the capital cost that could come out of the recommendations from that are such significant costs, that capital costs, is it really worthwhile investing our time and energy into reviewing all the residential system when we know it's only 1.6% of our water consumption, and when we also know that we've got a lot of work to do. Manager and his crew have a lot of work to do. We have significant issues with allocation off Boondooma. We have significant issues with the dam wall at Gordon Brook. We have significant issues with water levels dropping at Gordon Brook and the treatment costs associated with that. We have significant issues in relation to BP dams dropping levels, water treatment plant work required in Mergen. If you look across the body of work that this team's going to have this year, next year, off-site storage, Gordon Brook, there's a whole range of issues here right across the region. And I am very concerned that if we just load up another body of work that has minimal benefit, I know the cost isn't going to change, but the implementation cost will be significantly different. The commercial operations solution could be quite potentially simple, and I'll come to you to clarify in a minute, Acting General Manager. But from what I've researched in other regions, the implementation cost for commercial operators is designed around how they access the standpipe through a locking system, issuing permits, monthly fees around permits. It's not so much how much they get to use, it's making sure that we limit it to businesses that are registered with an address inside our region and stopping those trucks from coming up the diagonal highway from other regions, including Dayborough and, Esk and so forth, and taking large quantities of water out of our region and selling it for a profit outside. To me, that's the big issue that needs to be addressed here, and that's why I'm recommending that we limit the review to those commercial operators, because I don't believe there is anything to be gained by going back and dragging all this through a whole process of rehashing all this again for those rural residential operators. So that's my view. I've spoken for my 5 minutes. I'll leave it at that. Okay, so going back to Chair, so we have a motion on the floor that has been seconded, that Council undertake a further review of options to manage consumption and access to standpipes across the South Burnett by commercial operators, and that a report be presented to Council at its December 2020 meeting for consideration with details of options and costs. Now, I'm going to put this to the vote. Okay, so all those in favour of the amended motion? Okay. Those against the amendment? Thank you all. The motion has been defeated. We will now, Mr. CEO, revert back to the original resolution, the original motion.
Yes, please, the original comes back.
Okay, so the original motion comes back now, that council undertake a further review of options to manage consumption and access to standpipes across the South Bennett by commercial operators, and that a report be presented to council at its December 2020 meeting for consideration with details and of options and costs. Now, that original motion had been moved by Councillor Froloff and seconded by Councillor Jones. All those in favour? So we have Councillor Potter, Councillor Jones, Councillor Froloff, Henson and Duff in favour of the motion. Those against the motion, Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Otto against the motion. Motion passed 5-2. Thank you all. Now, in relation to the discussion on this today, there's clearly been some significant discussion that was leading us down the path of pricing in relation to standpipe water. As such, I am now, as the Chair, going to call for resolutions off the floor in relation to the matter of pricing of standpipe water. Yes, thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move a motion as follows. That on compassionate grounds, due to the drought, we set the price for standpipes at $4.50 per...
Can I just ask you to say that a little bit slower, because Linnell's got to type it. Can you? You can just take this carefully and slowly. We'll make sure we get this right, and Linnell's got to pick this up. Okay, so we can resume. You comfortable with that? That's fine. Right, please go back to the beginning. Thank you, Councillor Duff.
That on compassionate grounds, due to the drought, we set the price for standpipes at $4.50 per kilolitre for potable water and $4 for non-potable water, and that these prices remain in place until our region's drought declaration is removed by DAF, and after that any proposed change in price to be brought back to a future council meeting.
Right, thank you, Councillor Duff. So we have the motion off the floor from Councillor Duff. Do we have a seconder for such? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Shoemaker has seconded that motion. Do we have any other resolutions off the floor? Thank you, Councillor Froloff.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make an amendment to the resolution for it to be brought back to $7 per kilolitre for this 2021 financial year, but for it to be increased to $10 kilolitre for the 21-22 financial year, with a percentage increase as adopted for the water charges as per the financial year and each year after that.
Thank you, Councillor Froloff. Now, what we'll do at this stage, Mr. CEO, can you just make sure I'm on track here?
Yep, no, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, would you have a copy of that wording? Could we grab that so we can get it up? The other thing I would say, that's probably not an amendment. So if we deal that, because it's dealing with a different period. So if we deal with that as the foreshadowed, so we'll put it on the table as the foreshadowed. So you will deal with the first one. If you vote the first one up, that stays. If the first one gets voted down, then the foreshadowed comes to the fore, because there are slightly different in intent and time periods. So yeah, so we deal with one, then we deal with the second one in sequence, depending on how you action the first resolution. But we'll put both of them on the board, Mr. Mayor, so everyone can see them.
Right, yeah, excellent. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. CEO and Linnell. So the process now is such that we have a resolution off the floor by Councillor Duff that has been seconded by Councillor Shoemaker. So in accordance, the motion there is that on compassionate grounds, due to the drought, we set the price for standpipes at $4.50 per kilolitre for potable water and $4 per kilolitre for non-potable water. and that these prices remain in place until our region's drought declaration is removed by the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, also known as DAF, and after that, any proposed change in price is to be brought back to a future council meeting. So that is the motion that is currently at hand, having been moved by Councillor Duff and seconded by Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you, Councillor Froeloff. Your motion, as indicated by CEO, will be a foreshadowed motion. So the process is now that we will we will ask councillors to speak for and against Councillor Duff's motion. Should that motion be successful, then the foreshadowed motion will lapse. Should that not be successful, then we will seek a seconder for the foreshadowed motion put forward by Councillor Froeloff. Is every councillor clear on the procedural process here? Right, thank you, councillors. So what I'm going to do now is open the floor for councillors to speak for or against the motion that you see presented on the screen by Councillor Duff. Councillor Duff will have a right of reply once councillors have had an opportunity to speak. So, Councillor Duff, you can speak to the motion now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm appealing to my fellow councillors to show that we are a compassionate, considerate and caring council, that we have listened to the people and that we are prepared to make a change and get this right. I stood as the only councillor who voted against the original price rise, mainly because I was concerned about the low socio-economic people of Hivesville on the non-potable water and the sad cases that I know rely on that standpipe. I have now heard and listened to the appeals from the people of Nanango and other areas across our region. I have seen the petition and I'm prepared to listen. I have heard the stories from Perth's Transport who use the Mergen standpipe and cart water to rural and rural residential properties where their drinking water has run dry. The areas they cart to are from Wandai through to Geelong. I have heard stories from Blackbutt and Banarkin residents. It seems the biggest users of our standpipes are in Nanango. But across the board, as was said before, only 1.61% of all water is taken from standpipes. The standpipe users don't use much of our water. But what the standpipes do is help out the most vulnerable people in our region. The standpipes help out some of our community who are down and out and are really doing it tough. The Mayor told us all about a Nanango mum and her 4 disabled kids using the standpipe water for the only enjoyment they had to water their small garden. The $10 price rise would mean that that mum could not afford to let her kids water their garden anymore. I could not sleep that night thinking about that particular story. I know that when we discussed it before, as Councillor Potter, as portfolio holder for community, would know more than any of us about the challenges at the moment with COVID and mental health concerns. I appeal to all of you, my fellow councillors, in a time of drought and COVID, to show compassion and concern for those people in our community who have appealed to us. There are other councils who have done the same. In Toowoomba, they've dropped their prices, and even Unity Water has put a freeze on their standpipe prices because of the drought. To me, this is a big deal for our council. We need to show that we are not arrogant, that we are prepared to listen, to make a change, and that we are a compassionate, considerate, caring council. So I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Duff, for speaking to your motion. I'll now ask other councillors who would like to speak for or against Councillor Duff's motion. Councillor Henson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Duff, I'd like to just make note that we are a compassionate council. We are in drought, and we need, not only as a council, but the people of the South Burnett need to work with and around drought situations, not against them. Sometimes we have to make some serious sacrifices to continue. Now, our water is gold. And there are some tragic stories out there, but I urge people to also take into consideration that what can they do themselves rather than rely wholly and solely on a council which is compassionate. We are in drought circumstances, but perhaps that they can do something to help themselves as well along the way. That doesn't happen overnight, of course. I know that only too well. So, as far as Councillor Duff's recommendation with the standpipe and the charges, we are looking down a similar scenario to what we were in several months ago. Now, we don't control that scenario in any shape or form, but we can certainly put measures, and as individuals we can put measures in place that can help in the event that we do get rain. Unfortunately, some things have to be sacrificed in drought. They have to be sacrificed in drought because you cannot do anything about it. I feel for those people, and in relation to the lady with the 4 children, without a doubt, and I'm sure there is assistance or people out there, good-hearted people that are willing to help in some shape or form. But I'm afraid I can't support Councillor Duff's recommendation on this one.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Henson. Other councillors? Councillor Jones, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I guess I'm not really speaking for or against anything here at the moment. This is more a response to the beliefs and perceptions in the community. Councillor Duff reverted to the 6-1 vote, and she did acknowledge the fact that she stood against it because of the people of Heisville, and that was the fact. We had conversations at a later date and all that sort of stuff, and I quote Councillor Duff, I revert back to the June meeting when we discussed this and the $10 charge, and about 2 hours and 48 minutes into that live stream, if they had access to water they could drink, fair enough. That was a comment that was made by the councillor, and she's acknowledged the fact that she stood up against the standpipes pretty much predominantly because of the people of Heisville and the people in her area, so hats off to her for doing that. I just want to run through a couple of other things. The water usage from the standpipes, I guess we're getting out of control, so to speak. The information we were given by staff at the time, which I might add was the best available at the time, our option of controlling the usage was to increase the price. Now, I have been smashed on social media along with all other councillors for not listening, not working for the people. I can assure you, since that decision was made, I have been in constant contact with General Manager Meehan and Manager Lowe, as well as Councillor Froloff, to continually work on achieving a possible better outcome. We have regular catch-up as portfolio holders with our portfolio representatives, and I can stand here with my hand on my heart. Every time we have those conversations with General Manager Meehan and Manager Lowe, the standpipe issue has come to fore, and we have spoken about that, trying to work out better options that's workable for both parties. So I've not long ago put a proposal to the staff mentioned, and I've discussed it with the council at the Nanango RSL when we had a catch-up lunch on my proposal, trying to work out a better outcome and a broader possibility for a more workable option for everyone. I just want to digress a little to answer a few comments that have been thrown around. The not listening, not working for the people. Unfortunately, the people who are upset with this are not the only side to this decision. There is a lot of people, and I do mean a lot of people, totally agree with this decision. I have heard the negative loud and clear, but there is another view out there. So yes, sorry to disappoint a lot of people. I am listening and I am working for people on both sides. I'm trying to get to a conclusion or a solution that's workable for everybody, that's everyone's happy with. It's not anything personal towards a councillor. It's against the decision. That comment's been used quite a lot. Well, sorry, when people refer to divisional representatives or named councillors in their comments, it does become a little bit personal. Get rid of council. We have long memories, being used a lot. I just want to say that I would imagine that all these councillors sitting in this room and yourself, Mr Mayor, have long memories as well. This is nothing personal to any of my fellow councillors, but reference to some should know better, they experience, but the new ones are still learning, not their fault. We were all in the same room on the same day and given the same information. I was new to council 4 years ago, and I sit in the same position as 3 new councillors that we have in this chamber. And when you put your hand up to run, you are expected to perform from day one. And we all know what we are in for if elected. No time given to learn the ropes. The only change since I was first elected is that new councillors at this election were given a 3-month grace period. So all the advice and personal bashing that have been offered, I personally don't believe there has been one offer of a solution or proposal that was workable and fair to all people, other than don't put the price up. When people purchase land, they have an option. And this is some of the stuff that people won't like to hear and don't want to hear sometimes. If you buy a town block or a block that has water and sewage, your other option is to buy a block without water and sewage. You are then expected to pay accordingly for that choice. If you choose option 1, you pay more in your purchase price for that right. Again, if you choose option 1, you then have to pay $624 every year to access that water and fees for sewer as well. And yes, this enables you then to buy your water for $1.57 a kilolitre. So a quick calculation at $4.10 per kilolitre, the breakdown of charges are $1.57 a kilolitre for your water, $2.53 contribution to infrastructure is what I was quoted in Nanango at one of our meetings. So at $2.53 a kilolitre, people using the standpipe can buy 246.64 kilolitres of water before they pay the same as connection, which in turn equates to 246,640.316 litres of water, which breaks down to 54,808.9592 gallons, which in turn fills 10.961 5,000 gallon tanks. Now when people are in town are on level 3 restriction currently, and if it doesn't rain soon, very likely to go to level 4 very soon. The standpiper has, up until the price rise, had no deterrent or restrictions placed upon them. A person could and was able to access as much water as they could physically move in a 24-hour period every day as they wanted with no consequences. This has now gone up to the user paying 1 cent per litre for treated water 24/7 any day of the year, and still no restrictions other than the price increase. No one has wanted to listen to this, but they have been happy to tell us that they should be able to pay $1.57 like the people with connection, but shouldn't have to pay more for the privilege of access. I would like to recognise the petition that Council received and appreciate it for what it is. I will keep it in mind, but it will not determine my decision either way, and I refer back to my earlier comment about the large number of people who support the decision, both town and rural. Just quickly to answer comments about some councillors not returning phone calls. I would like to know if it was referring to me, because I believe I answered or returned every call. And if you can prove that I never, I will be the first to acknowledge this and apologise. In reference to emails that have been sent, yes, there have been a couple that I didn't respond to, And the reason for that, they were quite aggressive, maybe slightly abusive at times. So my thoughts were that these people weren't going to listen to my view. They had decided on their view, which they are entitled to. So rather than get into a long-winded, drawn-out conversation that would more than likely have escalated into something nasty, I apologise for that, but that was my decision I made at the time. We have just recently, 5 minutes ago, committed to a review over the coming months to look at all options regarding pricing and the review of water. I would imagine whatever we bring back to council in the future certainly will not be received with open arms. Councillor Hanson referred to it before. No matter what we do, we are not going to keep everybody happy.
Excuse me, Councillor Jones, point of order. You get 5 minutes. You're probably into about 7 now. Will you be wrapping up shortly?
It won't take me long. So I guess just in summing up, we're continuing to work. The council, we go through to December, all that sort of stuff. We're looking at all options, discovering things. And just one last thing, Mr Mayor, before I wrap up. The 51,940 kilolitres referred to. You work out a quick calculation. I'll take 1,940 kilolitres. 1,940 litres, that equates to 161 truckloads of water at 12,000 litres that are taken out of the standpipes. This is in our region. That leaves 50 million litres, and if you equate it on 1,000 standpipe users, 1,000, it equates to 2.2 5,000 gallon tanks per person. $205 a year at the $4.10 price it was. $205,000 for 1,000 people pay. Contribution to the infrastructure, $126,500. Residential people, same amount of water, same amount of people, with the $624 connection fee. $624,000, same amount of water, $78.50 per person, $78,500, $702,500, which equates to a disparity of $497,500 every 1,000 people when you refer to residential rural. All I'm saying is that there has to be, if everyone wants to pay for $1.57 across the board, I guess we've got to find some remuneration somewhere. How we get to that, I don't know. I haven't mentioned level of pricing or whatever. It's a discussion that I'm up for. I don't really care where we find. And just a quick one, Swickers actually receive $45,862 for the rateable period. The overall year, $91,724. Swickers contribute $25 million worth of economy into our region through wages, plus the roll-on effect from transport and piggeries. So that's just my views and some responses basically to comments and perception out there into the community. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Other councillors who haven't spoken at this point, I'll invite you now to speak for or against. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Jones. You've made some really good points in your discussion. Certainly, I agree. I've listened, I've been listening, and I've heard all sides of the argument. I've read every email and letter sent to me, and I'd like to thank those who have reached out to share their view. However, I do share some of Councillor Jones' concerns around how some of that position was put forward. And perhaps that is why I too haven't responded to some of your emails, but I've definitely read them. The facts are that since making this decision in June, it has not rained. Tanks are empty. Paddocks are dry. Regardless of where you live in our region or what water infrastructure you have installed on your property, we are all waiting on rain. The fact is that the standpipes in our region were installed by council, and I've read this from the fact sheet, as an alternative access to water for those residents in times of need to use the water for household domestic use. It's my view, this is our region's time of need. I support a small increase in the fee and recognise this charge, like all fees and charges, should have been reviewed some time ago to ensure it supports the sustainability of our water infrastructure. This year, residential ratepayers of my division in Division 4, have had their water charges increased to support the long-term sustainability and renewal of our water infrastructure. And as CEO Mark said earlier, those charges, we as a council had made the decision to reduce what had been put forward to us at a 4% increase to a 2% increase on compassionate grounds. I understand we will have to catch that up at some point in time, but at the moment, times are tough. I see it fair and reasonable that the standpipe charge is increased too. It's my view that increasing the fee from $4.10 to $4.50 per kilolitre is a fair and reasonable increase in the current conditions. This includes a contribution to the infrastructure, and perhaps when times are better, we can continue to review this charge. Many people in our region are experiencing hardship, and I recognise for many that balancing the household budget is a constant challenge. It's also my view that non-potable water should be charged at a cheaper rate, as there is no cost to council for its treatment. I'd like to conclude by stating that, as discussed earlier, from June 2019 to June 2020, water taken from the standpipes represents 1.61% of water used by consumers of our water network. 1.61% of use in one of the most crippling droughts our region has seen. 1.61%. As Councillor Duff has appealed to us, I agree. I believe we are a compassionate, considerate and caring council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Other councillors who haven't had a chance to speak to the matter at this stage, do you wish to speak? Anyone else wish to speak before I do? And then we'll give, as in accordance with our policy, Councillor Duff, as the mover of the motion, the opportunity to reply, and then we will put the matter to the floor for the vote. So, yes, I would now like to, as one of the councillors, speak to the motion at hand. And as you're all aware, after the June meeting, I then took it upon myself to embark on a process of significant community engagement in relation to the response by the community to the raising of the price to $10. As such, I had, as planned, have done a number of Monday morning, have a chat with the bear sessions, at least until COVID restrictions stopped that. And as I moved across all communities, including Heysel, Mergen, Wandai, right through Cumbria, etc., I must say, Councillor Jones, in response to your matter in relation to people supporting the $10, I found very little support for such, including from people that I met in the Kingaroy shopping world. People were concerned that perhaps it was too much too soon. They were people that I spoke to broadly. I can, with my hand on my heart, say that that's the response that I got from the broader community. Then, of course, I spent a significant amount of time meeting with people in Nanango, in the bakery and out on the footpath, in Blackbutt, in the cafe, and a number of people, of course, came along to speak with me about the standpipes. And I heard some really tragic stories that I didn't expect to hear. Had I known this was the impact of the decision to increase the price from $4.10 to $10, I think I would have taken a different perspective on the matter. But I am learning as a new councillor that the Act has some really important principles and that they are there for very good reasons. The Act says that we must, as councillors, follow the local government principles upon which we are elected to make decisions in the public interest and to represent democratically and engage and with meaningful community engagement. I felt, and I apologise to the people who are standpipe users that I did not engage meaningfully with you prior to voting for increasing the price from $4 to $10. That is not how I like to operate, and as a new councillor in my probationary term of 3 months, I will not be making that mistake again in this term of council. I will be making sure that I do follow the Act as the Bible and communicate with people very, very meaningful before I make any decisions which will impact upon their lives. The stories that I heard in the Nango and Blackbutt were of a family, a woman, a single mother with 4 children, and she had purchased a property and she has paying off that mortgage with her single mother's pension for the 4 boys, and with the leftover money she has growing fruit trees to give these boys who were suffering significant mental incapacity, all 4 boys. The only thing they had to rely on was the watering of their fruit trees. It is their life. If we take away water from them, or it becomes too expensive for this single mother, it had a significant impact. I found that a goosebump moment for me. I also heard a story of a man who was a civil engineer who had a stroke and could no longer leave the house. He is confined to a wheelchair, and his garden, his flower garden, was all he had in his life to get him out of the house and to preserve what he had left of his mental health. I then I then came back to this council and shared informally those stories with my councillors, as I said I would do to the community. I came back and I shared those heartfelt stories. Again, on the weekend, I spent 12 hours on Saturday and 12 hours on Sunday at standpipes in Blackbutt, Banarkin, Nanango and Heisville, and I received another, again, overwhelming response from people that, look, we don't mind you putting it up, we understand that, but from $4 to $10, it was just too much too soon. We are in drought. We are struggling to survive with the water that we have available in our storage tanks, and our dams are dry. I met a family, a mother of 4, young mother in her mid-30s, came in an old car. She had 4 children and a baby on the way, and I asked her how many standpipes she used per week, and she said 4, and the grandparents live up the road and they used 2 pods, sorry, not standpipes, 6 pods in total. Now I want to share with you, and we've talked about some figures, some calculations that I've done with my accounting knowledge, that we know that in our region we are very good at conserving water. I think Toowoomba would like to have our consumption rates at 140 litres per day per person. I think they're striving to get to that. We do very well. At 140 litres per person per day, which is the average consumption for a family, for this woman, before the new baby comes, there are 6 in her household. That is 840 litres per day, which is 306,000 per year, and that will cost her $3,066 to provide water to her family from the standpipes, $3,066. If you are a resident of Blackbutt, in town in Blackbutt, that same water consumption would cost you $1,024. This woman, due to her choice to live on a rural residential block, will pay more than $2,000 more on top to what a person in town will pay. And can I say, Councillor Henshin, can they do something for themselves? These people have had no rain. They have had no rain. I have checked the rainfall chart for some of these areas around the back of Nanango and Blackbutt. They did not get the February-March storms that I know that my parents got down near Gameri. So their dams are dry, if not dry, very close to dry. Their tanks, if not empty, are very close to empty. I spoke to people who have 3 and 4 big tanks, but they are dry. They are trying to do things for themselves. Yes, water is important. Yes, it is gold. Yes, it is very valuable. But water is essential. Food, water and shelter. We have an obligation to provide that to our people. I spent Monday morning with Mayor Sando, and she's a very insightful Indigenous woman. And she spoke to me there and they asked her some questions. She kept saying, my responsibility as a councillor is to look after my people. And that's what I believe is such an important point. Look, I will wrap up shortly, but in all of those meetings, I've also supported that with some research. So if we look at Unity Water, who are a commercial arm supplying water to Caboolture and Sunshine Coast areas, they have frozen their charges. Their standpipe charge per kilolitre was $4.25 in 1819, $4.35 in 1920, and has gone to $4.46 in 2021, and they have chosen to freeze that due to COVID. Under our old policy at $4.10 with 51,000 kilolitres, we were generating revenue of $204,000 per annum. We are now at that same level of consumption. We will generate $510,000 per annum from those 4 standpipes. That is a $306,000 increase in revenue to this council that I believe is coming from the most vulnerable people in our community. People who have very little income means, who are trying to raise their families or support their lives, albeit modest lifestyles. And I would like to draw attention to the member from Nango's letter that she provided to us, if I could, CEO, Mr. CEO, where she says, when I note council's increase are based on several issues, including the cost to repair vandalised standpipes and concerns about tankers from outside the region using the service, I agree with communities' concerns that the large increase during drought conditions and the COVID pandemic is poor timing. I also note that Council justified this increase by comparing standpipe costs to Western Downs Regional Council $17.90 and Maranoa $14.20. However, on looking at other neighbouring councils, Toowoomba Regional Council charges $3.79 and North Burnett charges $4.90. North Burnett are not this high and must also be used as a benchmark. On behalf of ratepayers who rely on the standpipes, I request Council reconsider this decision. Water is an essential service. I agree with the member, it is an essential service like food and shelter, and increases such as these places an unnecessary burden on property owners who need access to water during drought. Yours sincerely, Deb Frecklington. Mr. CEO, if I could just, with your good grace, read one more quick letter from a resident in the Nango. I have lived in the Nango for 14 years and have never used the standpipe, so I'm not directly affected, but I do love and care about the Nango, and this nice, kind lady has asked me to read this today. I'm not objecting to an increase, but such a large increase I believe to be unjust for the following reasons. Many families move to our area for the rural acreage lifestyle it offers, and the Nango needs those people to survive. Businesses need those people. Please don't chase them away or deter them from coming by, making life too difficult, even impossible and stressful for them. Some of the families already on their land are now in a financial predicament. They should be given plenty of warning about any increase to enable them to cope better. With public consultation, couldn't we come up with a more innovative solution? South Burnett Regional Council hasn't provided sufficient information in regard to how and why their decision was made. And I would note, with all due respect to Acting General Manager, he did in fact provide a lot of information. I would clarify that through fact sheets and media releases. So I do acknowledge that, General Manager. That was from Valerie Tebble, who was a long-serving. I think she's been involved heavily in the Nango community as a volunteer. She doesn't use the standpipes, but she lives in town and she is concerned that we have gone too far too soon. I will wrap up by saying that at 1.6% of our water consumption, I believe that we have talked this issue to death. We have dealt with it sufficiently. I do believe that the petition presented by Mrs. Erkins, and I know she's been campaigning strongly on this, hurting the most vulnerable in our community during drought. I'm sorry, but those words keep resonating through my mind, and that's what I've seen over the weekend. So as such, I will be supporting Councillor Duff's motion. Right, well, we've all had a chance to speak. Councillor Duff, you have a quick right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's it's been all pretty well covered. Yeah, it's a huge issue for our community. It's been brought out in the open for ever since we made that decision. I find it challenging to think that we could say that that we were a compassionate, as Councillor Henson said, a compassionate, caring council when it has been mentioned in the middle of a drought and COVID that we put the water rate charge up for standpipes by 150%. And I know it made headlines in the paper, and my brother's in Toowoomba Council, and he could not believe that our council would do that. I think that the community has spoken loud and clear. There's petitions. There's been emails after emails after emails to the mayor, to the councillors. There's been talk in the streets about, why we would do that, why we would put up 150%. Some of the figures that the mayor has just put there is scary. The stories about these people, the most vulnerable people. I think that we made a mistake. We need to own that, and we need to this is our opportunity to get it right, to say, okay, through this period, through this drought, let's do what they did in the other councils like Toowoomba and Unity Water and those things, that we are a compassionate, caring council. To me, I've been a councillor for 16 years, and my slogan was Kathy cares about our community. So that's why I am so strong on this, because I believe that we get elected. It's all about community. We're service providers, and we need to listen to our community. We said, even this platform, when this election, people said you need to listen to your community. Well, if deputations and things like that, and all the signatures and all the emails, if that doesn't tell us something, that we've got to, it's a wake-up call, and this is an opportunity to get it right. I just appeal to my fellow councillors. As I said before, this is a big deal for our council. It's whether we want to show that we are prepared to listen, we are prepared to change, and to get it right, and that we are a compassionate, caring, and considerate council. So I urge you, my fellow councillors, to support this motion.
Right, thanks, Councillor Duff, and thanks, councillors, for all putting forward your points of view on this matter. We have taken some time, and I thank people who are waiting in the chamber for us. We're now going to put the matter, the motion to the vote, and I will just quickly remind everyone that the motion, as moved by Councillor Duff off the floor and seconded by Councillor Shoemaker, is that on compassionate grounds due to the drought, we set the price for standpipes at $4.50 per kilolitre for potable water and $4 per kilolitre for non-potable water, and that these prices remain in place until our region's drought declaration is removed by DAF, and after that, any proposed change in price to be brought back to a future council meeting. I'm going to call for those councillors who are in favour of Councillor Duff's motion to now raise your hands. We have Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Duff and Councillor Otto voting in favour of the motion. Those councillors against the motion. We have Councillor Potter, Councillor Jones, Councillor Fryloff and Councillor Henson voted against Councillor Duff's motion. The motion has been defeated. We will now move to the foreshadowed motion as put forward by Councillor Fryloff. And I'll just get you to bring that up shortly when you're ready there. Thanks, Lynelle. Can we please bear with Lynelle? She's got a very busy job, but I know how you do it so quickly. So we have a foreshadowed motion that an amendment to the resolution. Sorry, I think I need to redo this if we could. I think in light of CEO Mark's advice, we have a motion that that the price be brought to be that the standpipe price be $7 per kilolitre for the 2021 financial year, and increased to $10 per kilolitre for the 21-22 financial year. Sorry, Mark, did you want to clarify?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mr. Mayor. While the debate was going on, I was playing with that wording as well.
Oh, good.
So I've just flicked it, Lynelle, across
Thank you.
to you. It's literally there. I've colour. It's in Messenger.
Yeah, thanks very much, CEO Mark. We might just catch our breath while Lynelle gets that up on the screen.
Yeah, it's just the wording. It's an amendment to the resolution that amendment for the water standpipe charges, you are heading in exactly the same direction. So, as far as just tidying up the wording. So it would read that an amendment and then delete to the resolution. Added in for water standpipe charges be made to have it brought back to $7 a kilolitre for this 2021 financial year, and then delete but it. The standpipe price to be increased to $10 a kilolitre for 21-22 financial year, with the percentage increase as adopted, and then it reads from there. It just corrects the grammar of it a little bit because it's not an amendment.
CEO Mark, in light of the fact that it makes reference to the 2021 financial year, which starts on the 1st of July, and we've had consumers who've been paying $10 to this point, is there any risk that that could give rise to a claim for retrospective refund?
Not legally. The price was the price that was adopted by council from that point to this point. Whether council wanted to just concentrate on this financial year and go forward, that's certainly a matter for council.
So that, as it stands, would be from, if it was passed, it would be only apply as of today.
Well, yeah, as soon as we'd be able to implement it. I'm not sure how long it'd take to wind the machines back, but effectively from tomorrow, yes.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, so we have a motion. I'll just read it again. That amendment for water standpipe charges be made to have it brought back to, that should be with an R, thanks Linnell, brought back to $7 per kilolitre for this 2020/2021 year, and the standpipe price be increased to $10 per kilolitre for the 21-22 financial year, with a percentage increase as adopted for water charges as per that financial year after that. So that is the foreshadowed motion that we have as put forward by Councillor Froloff. We will now be seeking a seconder for that before it goes to council. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
I think Gavin...
Thank you, Councillor Jones. You've seconded the motion. So we have a motion on the table we've got a motion on the table that has been put forward by Councillor Froloff and seconded by Councillor Jones. So we'll now open the floor to councillors wishing to speak for or against the motion. Councillor Potter, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just want to, with regards to your concerns about the financial year, should we say for the remainder of the 2021 financial year? We put the word remainder in there, just...
Councillor Froloff, are you happy for that amendment, for that slight change for the remainder of the financial year? Yeah, that might help just clarify that. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Jones, are you happy with that slight change? Have you seconded the motion?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. So...
that would be changed to the remainder of the 20...
Yeah, okay, very good. Right, okay, now...
can I just, sorry, a point of order, Mr. Mayor? I just, can you actually, I thought every year all these fees and charges would come up for debate again, that we wouldn't put this, like it's not right to have it included, because don't we get a chance to vote on fees and charges at the start of each new budget?
Yeah, happy. You're correct. You will get a chance. The resolution will give a life if the fee's not changed. When it comes through to the budget resolutions, it will be dealt with again in any which case. So it will be, RADF. Quite often you make the budget commitment for RADF in the year prior to the financial year. So council makes the commitment for in the next coming financial year, it does X, Y, Z. Is this valid as it stands? Yes, it is. If council wanted to change it as part of its fees and charges discussion, yes, it could too by resolution at that point. So it would be dependent on whether council had the appetite to leave it in there or amend it out that second financial year.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Duff, is you happy with that answer? Well, you've received the answer? Okay, good, thank you. Councillor Jones?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. This is where I find it very difficult right here now. I seconded this motion so that we could put it on the floor to have a conversation. I see the $7 there and it goes to the remainder of the 2021 year. Now, I revert back to the vote that we just took on the review. I would like to think that this price can be reviewed at the end of our review. Now that, yeah, you look at me and you laugh, Mr CEO, I'm sorry, but this is where I sit and I hear the conversations, I hear Councillor Duff, I hear you, Mr Mayor, I hear Councillor Shoemaker. I'm happy to work and negotiate and talk these prices down, and I've talked to all councillors. I understand both sides of the story, but I would like to think, and this is why I put so much emphasis on this review between now and December. And I would like to think that when we get the information in regards to all the commercial operators and all the broad scheme of water, the security, the problems we have, and I get it. It's drought, it's time, it's tough, and there's people doing it tough. And, you know, sometimes I do it a little bit tough too. Everyone thinks I'm on easy street, but, you know, I've got mortgages, I've got kids to look after, I've got all sorts of expenses as well. This is a conversation that I think is the important one in it all. Now, I believe, and it's been acknowledged by other people, that yes, we do need to put it up. I acknowledge the fact that yes, we went into $10 and it was certainly a reaction. My personal view on that, I voted for the $10 rise because of the information I was given at the time, and I quoted, it was the best information available. We needed to control the standpipe usage to a certain extent. Now like I say, I don't want to support the $7 locked in for the remainder of this year. I want to tie it in with the information and another discussion where we have, after December's review, these numbers might be completely insignificant to what we're talking about. Completely insignificant. We might be able to come up with a different way with the card usage or locking in commercial operators. I believe, and I think everybody acknowledges the fact that there needed to be a price rise. Even if it didn't, does it need to go to 7? I don't know. This is the discussion. I've had these discussions, but I don't want to see it locked into the end of 2021, because when we get the review back in December, and hopefully we could possibly get it back earlier, I don't want to be restricted. We have information there to justify that we can go down to $1.57 a kilolitre or something like that. And then we're tied into this because we passed this motion today. It's locked in. So that's where I sit on this. I completely hear. I'm happy for a reduction in the price. Where we land, I don't know, but I can't support the fact that it's locked in until the end of 2020. I want to try and put it in with the review, tie it in there somehow, open for conversation.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. So, Councillor Jones, you seconded that motion. Are you now revoking that? Okay, so
I second the motion simply, no one else is going to do it, and I thought, so my apologies, my incompetence. I put it up there to have this conversation and get there. So how we go from there, whatever I need to do. Yeah, that's what I
okay.
Yeah.
So Councillor Jones, are we going to debate what's on the screen, Mark, or do we have to actually amend that?
The council can only have one active resolution in front of it at a time, hence where we had the two dealt with in sequence. So this one, if council, which my answer to Councillor Duff as well as the same to Councillor Jones, is if council is of a mind not to carry the price increase forward into next financial year, it is a very simple case of deleting that section of the resolution by amendment. The period of the price move is really set now for council's direction. If you want to have $7 for the rest of this financial, and it's not to dodge, if you want to have $7 for the rest of this financial year, well, fine, you leave that bit in there. If you want to have $7 until 31st of December or 1st of February or whatever time period you want, we add that into where we're going.
Through you, Mr Mayor, am I able to have a conversation with councillor Froloff because she moved it, I seconded it, to make possible changes? How does that, if in discussion, how does...
Okay, you're proposing an adjournment then, councillor Jones. So as a procedural motion, we can adjourn for lunch. I would, however, before we adjourn, like we have a ceremony to perform for Helen. So, councillor Jones, you're moving that we adjourn for lunch and that we reopen the meeting after lunch and come back to this particular item. Do we have a second for that? Thanks, councillor. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We'll now resume the meeting. I'll move a resolution that we reopen the meeting. Have a second for that? Thanks, councillor Potter. Okay, meeting reconvened now, and we'll go back to the item that we had at hand prior to convening for lunch, which is item, it's following on from item 12.2, which is the standpipe water charges, and we were at the point where we had resolution. We were back to the resolution from councillor Froloff, seconded by councillor Jones, that the amended water standpipe charges be made to $7. I'm just trying to get that. Sorry, Leo. The amendment be made to water standpipe charges to bring them back to $7 for the remainder of the financial year, and that the standpipe be increased to $10 for the following 21-22 year, with a percentage increase as adopted for water charges as per that financial year after that. Now we got to the point where it was open to debate as to how long that $7 should apply for. Councillor Jones had some concerns there. So do we have a proposed amendment to that motion from... Right, so councillor Froloff is not here. So we've just welcomed back councillor Froloff to the meeting. So we're at the point where councillors need to come forward as to whether you want to change that current motion, particularly in relation to the time frame on the $7.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. I've just been given amended wording, so we'll just type it up. So for consideration, and then it would be really with the leave of the meeting, the mover and the seconder are happy with the amended wording, and so whether we would deal it with a formal resolution or with the leave of the meeting to formal amendment, or would we deal with the leave of the meeting to with the mover and seconder's approval to amend what's on the books in front of you? 6, please.
We need to make a procedural motion.
No, we'll note it, certainly will. Yes,
So we're just seeking a procedural resolution to seek...
we'll get him up there.
Oh, okay.
So that's been the suggested amended wording that's come back. So if people want to consume what's on, pardon the pun, consume what's on the page. Now, again, this is, I'm not talking about content, but that's possible. So if the mover and seconder are happy with that change, well, it came from the mover. If the seconder is happy with that change, with the consent and leave of the meeting, we'll amend the resolution. If not, it would just need to be moved as a formal amendment if that's where the meeting wants to go.
So mover and seconder, we have an amendment in front of us that the standpipe charges be made to have the charges decreased to $6 until the 31st of December 2020, pending the review of the water standpipes. So councillor Froloff, are you happy with that amendment?
Yes, Mayor, I am.
Okay. Councillor Jones, you happy to second that?
Could I possibly just say, and I agree with the councillor's early comments that Proston water or Heisville water is non-potable. So could I, if Councillor Froloff is happy, to add in that the non-potable water at Heisville go to 5. Charges decreased to 6, 31st December. And somewhere in there add in Heisville non-potable water to 5. If Councillor Froloff is happy to move that.
Okay, Councillor Froloff?
I'm happy with that decision.
So, Mr CEO, we have that resolution then. And we have a mover and a seconder.
Right, so that's where the meeting's going, is that there's several ways you can deal with this as far as going forward. We can amend what's on the table in front of us. We still have, if can I give you 2 scenarios? If the current resolution with the 2021-22 financial year was defeated, there is no supplementary resolution at the moment. So then when we get to 15, we would deal with the notice of motion. If the current resolution for 2021 gets up, then it makes the notice of motion obsolete. Okay, you're with me? So the suggested amendment to that is actually a much more applicable amendment to the notice of motion. So if we voted down the not if we, I can't tell you what to do, I'm giving you options. If the 21-22 resolution was voted down, a procedural resolution to move the notice of motion to this point, deal with it now, and then amend the numbers in the procedural resolution to reflect what's on the table. That would probably be a cleaner way to do it. Okay. So the notice of motion gets a turn after all.
Okay. So, on advice from Mr. CEO, the motion that we have at hand is that an amendment for water standpipe charges be made to have it brought back to $7 for the remainder of the 2021 year. And the standpipe be increased to $10 for the 21-22 financial year, with a percentage increase as adopted for water charges as per that financial year after that. So we have a mover in Councillor Froloff and a seconder in Councillor Jones on that resolution, on that motion at this stage. So we'll now ask for councillors to speak for or against that particular motion. Now that's been moved and seconded. Councillor Duff.
Oh, well, I'm 100% opposed to this. I think that it's, everyone's heard my views. I wanted to keep it at in the $4 range. I think that it's drought, it's COVID. I just can't support this in any way, shape or form. $7 is a 70% increase to what we originally started with back before we put it up to $10. So I'm just absolutely not supportive of that. And I also don't think that we should be preempting anything, particularly as we're having a price review, that the standpipe price be increased to $10. Why would you have a review if you're just going to lock that in? So I just have no support whatsoever for this particular recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Other councillors? Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support Councillor Duff's comments. I think $7 is too high for our community at this current point in time. And as I have spoken to the previous motion, I do not support returning the price to $10 into the next financial year without further consideration for the review that Council has just voted to move. So no, I do not support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Other councillors? For or against? Councillor Jones?
I just want to ask a quick question. So this year we vote on it. Can you just clear it up for me, Mark, to the amendment and all that sort of stuff? So what happens if this, because I don't support that top one, obviously, but I certainly support the amendment.
Okay, council has two options. Again, the current moved and seconded resolution is on the table. I'm just trying to think. You can, if it gets voted up, it becomes. If it gets voted down, it ceases to exist. Now, council can move an amendment to it. It can amend the price. It can amend that resolution. Should it choose not to support that resolution, there is still a notice of motion, so there's a third go at it. So that a procedural resolution to move that one forward and just deal with it straight away and get this matter done once and for all, as far as today's meeting goes, and then it would be a discussion about the price. So that's a suggested wording. So the notice of motion would have to be moved, and then there would be an amendment to the price, or it could be, basically move second and then the price amended. So that would be the discussion.
Right, any other, so we got the motion on the table is the one you can see there in relation to the $7 and the $10 across those 2 years with a percentage increase. So that's the motion that is on the table at this point. That is what we are debating and will be voting on. Does any other councillor wish to speak for or against? Councillor Froloff, we'll come back to you to reply, have the last right of reply. Any other councillor wish to speak to the matter? Okay, I will certainly speak to the matter, and I'll just say what I said before. I think that we are, at these prices, we are well outside of what I think is fair and reasonable to the most vulnerable. I refer back again to the letter and the reference made by local member Frecklington to Mrs. Tebble's letter, and also to the fact that the comparative prices are $17.90 Western Downs, Marinata $14.20. We've got Fraser Coast at $4.95, North Burnett at $4.90, Gympie $2.65, Bundy $1.90, different water schemes. I understand that. It seems to be at that price a 70% increase. We have increased our water rates for urban consumers by 2%. We're asking our rural residential people, our vulnerable people, to pay an extra 70%. We know that Unity Water, who are a commercial water provider, are charging $4.46. I don't understand why we are charging $7. I feel that it is certainly going to put people under pressure, and again I would demonstrate that if we look at that mum with 4 kids and uses her, 140 litres per person a day, which is the standard, a conservative standard, she'll pay almost $2,200 for her water at $7, and the person in town with the mum and dad and 4 kids will pay $1,020. It is almost $1,200 extra simply because you don't live on that side of the fence. I just can't accept that, I'm sorry, so I will be voting against that motion. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for or against? If not, we'll come back. Councillor Froloff, did you want to reply, have the last right of reply before we go to the vote?
Yes, Mayor. After the break, Councillor Jones and I had a good talk about this, and about the $7 thing, and we've come back with that amendment of the $6, so. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Froloff. Okay, that being the case, we'll now, the motion on the table is the $7 and the $10 across the 2 financial years with a percentage increase thereafter. Okay, so those in favour of the motion as it stands? Those against? Okay, resolution has been defeated unanimously. And we've got an error on our software. Oh, you don't? So it's been lost, 07. Oh, okay. I'm learning. First time I've seen one lost, 07. Thanks, CEO, Mr. CEO. Okay, so...
Now, if council was of the mind to deal with 15 now, the procedural resolution to bring it forward in the agenda would be appropriate. If not, leave it in sequence.
Okay, so is there a council who wishes to move a procedural resolution that we move item 15.1 forward and deal with it now? Thank you very much, Councillor Schumacher. We have a second for that. Thank you, Councillor Froloff. Yes? We're good there, Mr. CEO. We're right to keep going. Okay, so we have procedural resolution. All in favour? I'm assuming we need to vote on that. So resolution passed unanimously that we move item 15.1 forward in the order of business, such that we can address it now. And the item 15.1 is a notice of motion from Councillor Duff. We'll just get that up on the screen. Okay, so the notice of motion is that the fees and charges schedule be reset to allow the price for standpipes to be $4.10 per kilolitre, and this price is to remain in place until the infrastructure team completes and presents back to council a full review of water standpipe charges across the region. Councillor Duff, are you wishing to proceed with that notice of motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'm going to have another go. Because that's actually, is that in order?
Yes,
Because,
that's in order. Okay, now do we have a seconder for such? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Right, we'll now open the floor. We have that resolution on the table. Does anyone wish to speak for or against?
Mr Mayor, just procedurally, this is now just dealt with like any other motion or resolution it can be amended, it can be debated, it can be won or lost. If it's lost, given that we've had 3 goes at it, status quo remains. So if you're going to do something, this would be, and I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't, but this one, once we dealt with this one, there is really, we've tried all different options, so status quo remains. But this just gets, so for and against, standard rules apply.
Yeah. Okay, so it gets treated as any other resolution. Councillor Duff, over to you.
So, thank you, Mr Mayor. I just, I appeal to my fellow councillors again. This is another opportunity. We've had lunch to rethink about what we're doing here. This is about community. It's about just making it what I think is just an easy, good decision to own this issue, to know that everybody is watching this. They want us to get this right. They want us to show compassion. And I just beg my fellow councillors, it's not that hard. It's just, I mean, since 2017, we've been in drought and we've had those prices. We're talking about like a 1.61% of users. The Mayor has told us all these stories about all the people that are down and out, doing it tough. I appealed to Councillor Potter in particular about mental health, about COVID, about all of these things. Surely it isn't that difficult to show some compassion here, to be a council that is listening to our community, that we own the fact that and there isn't a council that hasn't said to me in private that we could have done it differently. Well, this is our opportunity to do it differently, to show that we're not just going to be dogmatic about something, that this is a chance to show some compassion, to show some sympathy, just for our community. Just let's do this for our community. And I think that it will be a good news story across our region if we just get this right. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Right, thank you, Councillor Duff. Any other councillors wish to speak? Okay, well, I'm going to speak again. I might stand up this time because I'm getting a bit stiff in the legs. But look, I can only support what Councillor Duff has said. I think this is an opportunity for us to, in my view at least, get this right. And again, I would support Councillor Duff in saying to my fellow councillors, I plead with you to support this resolution. Let's put this back in a position where we can provide some compassion and understanding to the community and let people get through this period of drought while we go about a process of undertaking the review. I feel as though I would have liked to have engaged the community much more before that decision was made back in June. I also feel that there were matters, for example, there was a commercial standpipe in Mergen that I didn't even know existed. That information wasn't provided to me as a councillor. I wasn't informed of that, and I made a decision without all of the facts. I wasn't aware of the impact it would have on the commercial operators down there and the people who use the water. And I'm told that the majority of people that use the water from that service, it's for tanks, it's not for stock or anything else. So look, there are a lot of people out there hurting in our region. This does have mental health implications. They are suffering, and I think that this is the least we could do right now to extend out a helping hand to those people in drought. I support Member Frecklington in her comments, And I believe that this is an opportunity for us, as Councillor Duff said, to show some compassion, show some empathy and support the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you. Right, any other councillors wish to speak for or against? Councillor Frolov, thank you.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Can I just ask CEO Mark a question? So if this one that Councillor Duff has brought forward, the $4 thing, gets up or gets denied, does that $6 one that I've just brought back to you, does it come back in or not?
The $6 one was a suggested wording. So if you wanted the $6 in this, so this is the motion that's being discussed. The wording you brought in is in intent very similar to the wording of the notice of motion. So I said the discussion would then be about the price. So if you were going to move it to $6, you would amend this to $6. It's, I won't say literally the same wording, but that's, so this is the one. So this is the one where you have your discussion now about price. So this is, so yeah, so the other one, the other discussion you had over lunch was a discussion. We had a motion before the books. This one now just gets dealt with. So if someone was going to amend it before the mayor calls last speaker, now is the time. If not, if it gets carried, it'll be 410 for the period of the review. So 31st December.
Okay, any other councillors wish to make comment or wish to propose an amendment to that motion? Councillor Jones.
So, Councillor Duff, the initial motion was at $4.50. Now you've got it at $4.10. So, is this presents back to council fuel reviews then upon changes across our region, and this price is to remain in place until the infrastructure team completes and presents. So is that the 31st of December?
Councillor, it's the reports to come to the Council General. There would be a review, there would be a series of recommendations, and then 31st, given Christmas, you would be to 31st December, 1st of January, and then there would be whatever the regime would then start for the second half of the calendar year.
So these numbers, along with all other numbers that are presented for per price per kilolitre, could become irrelevant as of the 31st of December. Is that correct? Depending on
it's a possibility, yes. I couldn't say yes, no as a fact, but certainly it's a possibility. And again, if councillors were of the mind to take it to the 450, that's a simple amendment.
What are we in now? September, October, November, December. Can I just take a seat and have a minute or so just to think, just before you make any resolutions? I'm to the point where I am sick to death of talking about this. It's been an issue that I acknowledged earlier. It's messy. It's got messy. Council's contributed to it. These are my personal opinions, obviously. I just need to take a minute.
Right, yeah, absolutely, Councillor Jones. No concern there, Mark. We're happy to have a bit of a break, but we'll, in the meantime, how do we want to proceed, Council? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I worry if we go down this path of picking a number and thrashing it out over a number, it's still not going to be a number that's necessarily right for our community. I fear that it's actually ill-informed because I feel like we're just picking numbers now. I was supportive of the $4.50 per kilolitre because I felt that a 40% increase, a 40 cents increase, sorry, forgive me, lots of numbers today, 40-cent increase was fair based on the increase that residential ratepayers in our region have faced this last rates levy. I'm supportive of keeping the 410 until such time as we've done more work, as council has supported here today, to understand really what the right number there should be. This has not been reviewed for a long time. That's my understanding. 410 has been the standard fee for a very long time. And I feel now that if we are to make any changes to that number, that I don't have all of the information at hand. So I'm supportive of freezing the standpipes, of returning them back to the 410 per kilolitre until such time as the infrastructure team has completed that work that the council here has supported today. I agree with Councillor Duff. This decision, we don't get another shot at this. This is actually an opportunity for our council to listen to our community, to listen to the hardship, to understand it, and to make a difference. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Any other councillor wish to speak for or against? We have this motion on the table. Councillor Henshin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Shoemaker, and Councillor Duff has some very legitimate points as well. Being new to council, and take on board, we have a responsibility to our constituents to do the best and fairest to our community. Council is also a business, and we have to be sustainable at doing that. Now, without a doubt, we've all debated this for too long, and the initial decision, and everyone will agree, was not probably done in the best interest initially. We've talked and thrashed that about. The abuse the councillors have got from the public is really quite unacceptable. It doesn't matter what figure we come up with, it's still not going to be appreciated, whether we leave it at $4.10 or $4.50 or $6 or $7 or $10. We don't have a lot of water. We are in a drought. We have to look after it. And users have to pay for every facility we provide in some shape or form. Don't agree with going initially to $10 or $12 or $14. Where are we going to be in 4 years' time? We want to be a sustainable area and a community and a council. I think we have to be realistic here and realise that there has to be some increases across the board, not just on water or standpipes. There is a facility there 24/7 that people would give their eye teeth to access. So I think we can thrash this about and go backwards and forwards. Like Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Duff, the decisions we make here today, we've got to agree to disagree and move on. I appreciate Councillor Jones. You can see he's seriously distressed by trying to make a decision that has been changed how many times? Let's work as a council here and a team together and think about sustainability and what's best for the entire region. It's 1.6%, yes, and there are some tragic stories out there. We've all been associated with some of them or something like them in some shape or form. I don't think we're crucifying people to the extent that the social media has portrayed. So I think the time that we've taken to deliberate this is one that we take very importantly, and our water portfolio holder, Councillor Froloff, who sits beside me here each month, and the stress it's caused her is unwarranted and really quite unacceptable from some people in the public. So yes, I've thought long and hard about it, and like I said previously, I put my rural hat on and I have an opinion, and I put my councillor hat on, and it is of very much the same opinion. And we are a compassionate council, and I know everybody that sits in this council chamber has got that streak in their body as well. So the decision we make here is very important, but we have to look forward, not live in yesteryear.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Potter.
Thank you. Everyone has obviously put forward a good story for this. I would like to ask a couple of questions of some of the councillors around the room. I do not want to see it stay at 410. It's been at 410 for too long. I realise we're in drought. I do understand the pressures that have been on some of the people on the land and that live on the smaller blocks. But we have been given so much information from the water and infrastructure people. It's incredible, and thank you very much to the team, because it took a lot to put that fact sheet together for us. We've had workshops on this, but I really don't want to see it staying at 410. Can I ask anybody if they would be happy to take it to 5?
Right, I've just checked with our CEO, and it would seem to be a request for an amendment to that resolution, to which I believe Councillor Duff would need to consent as...
My apologies. If the mover and the seconder consented, that would be fine, but if not, it'd just be moved as an amendment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess that's the question to me then. Is that, do I need to respond to that, or?
Feel free to.
I'm wanting to stick with the 410. I think it's only for, sorry. I would like to stick with the 410. This is only, we're only talking till December. This, as I said, 2017 we were in drought, and now we're still in drought. So surely, just for the sake of 3 months, that we could give these people some relief, and hopefully, fingers crossed, in that period, there's predictions that we may get some rain. We could look at something after that, but just right now, I just think that our community are at the lowest ebb as far as vulnerability, because the drought is really, really, really impacting. It's regarded as the worst drought we've had, I don't know, since... for, I don't know, 100 years. It's just incredible drought. Why would we why are we hanging these people out to dry when there's an opportunity just to sit on it here? Like I said, Toowoomba Regional Council, other councils have shown compassion. Why can't we show some compassion? Is it that difficult? Is it that hard to just let for 3 more months to let these people just have a break? To give them a break. I am not supporting the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so that being the case, that would need to be moved. Does anyone wish to move that amendment? Councillor Potter, that was with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't really want to move an amendment. I just wanted other councillors' opinion with regards to that question. I didn't actually want to move an amendment until I had the answers. Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I can take Councillor Duff's point over there. She made some statements there that, me personally, I probably don't agree with. She made one point. You know, I'm at the point now where I'm over this. You want to stay at 410 for 3 months, and I know when we do this review, this 410 will become irrelevant. It will be out the window, and there'll be a whole new proposal put forward. I know that. I've been speaking to our staff. I've been talking to Councillor Froloff. All right, 3 months, $4.10. Deep down, I don't support it. I know that it's a wrong decision, because taking Councillor Henson's view, this is a business. You have to be sustainable. Yes, you have to rely and work for your people and all that, and that's what we're doing. And I take offence to people in the community that actually say that we do not listen, we do not work for the people. That is the most outrageous statement that I've had to deal with in the last 3 months, along with all the other councillors. And I back Councillor Henson. There's been some treatment dished out to councillors. And I know, I'm a public figure. Give it to me, I don't care. But, you know, there's some things out there that are hard to cop. So, where I sit right now, this is a hard call for me. And you want to go down this path, because I know where it's going to end up. I know exactly where it's going to end up. And I know we'll have serious conversations and we'll get smashed again come 1st of January when there's other changes. I know that. Yous all know it. And this $4.10, going forward, we've had information given to us by the staff that it is not covering costs right across the network. It's a $10.8 million regional network that we have to maintain. There's a lot of numbers in behind all this, a lot of stuff that people in this community don't want to listen to, especially these people that are affected. Again, 1.6% of the water, you work out your percentages of your standpipe users compared to your rate base, and I wouldn't be too surprised if that doesn't come up to the same amount of the percentage across the region. So you've got to keep that in mind. So, as hard as it is, and it's against my business acumen and nous of what's a sustainable business, and trust me, all the emotional strings and that attached to it and all the comments that have been made today, pulling at heartstrings and all that, that's not what's got me to this point. I'm at the point where sheer frustration has brought me to this point. I've tried to justify things, I've explained my reasoning. But if you want to take this council down this path for the next 3 months, and I know where we're going to end up, and I know the conversations we're going to have in the new year, and I know what the community's point of view will be. So, if you want to go down here, I'll support you and we'll go down there and leave it. As hard as that is for me to say, like I said, I know deep down it's against my beliefs on how to run a sustainable business. But if that's the path we want to take for 3 months, I'm prepared to cop whatever it is financially and see where we land in the new year and what the review and the feedback comes, because I know that this $4.10 per kilolitre will become irrelevant.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Jones. Certainly, I think the $4.50 that we discussed this morning was fair and reasonable. The reason why I'm supportive of the $4.10 is simply because I feel I don't have the facts to choose a figure that is 5, 6 or 7. And the facts that I debated earlier this morning are very simple. Since making this decision in June, it has not rained. Tanks are empty, paddocks are dry. I just think we have to take our time with this and make the right decision. I certainly appreciate Councillor Jones' experience in this space, and I certainly do not want to be beaten up in 3 months' time. I hope that we can have a much more constructive conversation with our community. But this council just only a moment ago voted to support a full comprehensive review. And so I'm not supportive of now making changes to this figure without the facts. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Froloff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I can see where everyone's coming from, Councillor Duff, Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Jones, everyone, and that I really don't want to go back to $4.10. A lot of people out there said, yes, the $10 was steep and we should have staggered it, and I agree, we should have staggered it. Most of the people I've spoken to had no issues of paying $6, and that they just didn't like the big price hike of going to 10. Another thing is we are very more likely to go to level 4 water restrictions very soon. So how are we going to monitor what comes out of those standpipes? If we go back to $4.10, it's going to be a rat race there again. Where we went up to $10, people, yes, some people didn't afford it, but they didn't abuse it. Yes, thanks, Councillor Henson. Abuse the right of using the standpipes. My concern is if we go back to $4.10, that will happen again. And I've been told that our bores in Nanango will never dry up. We'll never say never. And that I have a petition here that we all received. 663 signatures. The one person that organised it did not sign it. So I don't know which fence she's sitting on. Though I can understand where everyone's coming from, and yes, 4 of our councillors aren't on connections. So the community does not realise that I'm not on a connection, Councillor Jones, Councillor Duff and Councillor Henson are not on connections, and we do go down the standpipes and buy water when we have to. So we're not any different to the ones outside. My concern is that we've got water is gold, and we've got to look after it, and I don't know if we go to level 4 how we're going to maintain and try and keep the records of the standpipes, that it's not abused.
Thanks, Councillor Froeloff. We'll shut this down shortly, but Councillor Jones?
Yep. I just want to make one comment. I've actually, those words of Councillor Froeloff have rang very true to me, and it brought to my attention that the accolades that a gentleman was given to supply non-potable water at $5 a kilolitre, and he is a hero to the community, and I agree with Councillor Froeloff because that's a lot of feedback with where I've been, the people that are against it, and I get the $10 that's been mentioned a lot of times. So I thank you, Councillor, for what you've just said, because it made me understand that this $5 a pod for unpotable water is very, 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 very acceptable in the community for a price. So I believe if we were to ask $6 for potable water, I guess there you go. So there you go.
Councillor Jones, I'm becoming frustrated. Are you moving an amendment to the resolution or not? We need to move on with this. We are moving a resolution, or are we leaving the resolution as it stands?
I will move an amendment, Mr Mayor, to the $6 for potable water and $5 for non-potable on those words that I've just spoken. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Okay, Councillor Froeloff has seconded that. So, Linnell, are you able to make that change so we can see that there for all councillors? So that's for potable water. Right, so we now have an amendment to the original motion, and we are going to, sorry, Val? Okay, so can everyone see the amended motion that's there in front of us now? $6 for potable, $5 for non-potable, in place until the infrastructure team completes the review, which is to be presented back by December, end of December. Yeah, okay, so that's the substance of the motion. Right, now we're going to have to go through the process again, I'm sorry, but that's unfortunately the process. So we've got a mover, we've got a seconder. In terms of pure process here, does any councillor now wish to speak for or against the motion that is currently on the table? Councillor Duff.
So, yeah, I'm speaking against the motion. I just think, I find it quite unbelievable that it's that tough to just let the community have a break. The standpipe users, the most vulnerable people in our community, that in the middle of a drought and the middle of COVID, that we can't just bring ourselves to just let the status quo. As I've said, other councils have been able to do it, and they're all in drought as well. And yet this council, we just, I'm just disappointed. So, and I'm absolutely not supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Duff, thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I've given all of the reasons why I'm not in support of this. I think now we're just picking figures. Certainly, I look forward to that full review of water standpipe charges across our region so that I can make an informed decision. So at this point in time, no, I do not support that amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Anyone else? No?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do support the amendment because you all know I've not been happy with going back to the 410. I know, Kathy, you're pulling at the heartstrings, but we're doing a lot more for our community apart from just the water. So we're doing 10 minutes with Mars. We're doing a lot within our community that we may be not lowering the water prices like Toowoomba are, but I don't think we can compare ourselves to Toowoomba. I don't think we can compare ourselves to any other community around here. We are the South Burnett, and we are looking after our own, whether you think we are or not. But I do believe in this. I do agree with this new amendment. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? I'll just comment and then it'll come back to Councillor Jones. If he wants to make a final reply, that's fine. If not, we'll move to a vote. This is obviously becoming very tiring. So thank you all for sticking with us. Look, I'm going to not support the amendment. I agree that $4.10 as put on the table here is where we should just go back to. Leave it at that until we get a proper comprehensive review done. I think, again, I support Councillor Shoemaker. We're just picking at figures here. And I still believe that, Member Freckington has made the point, community have made the point, we need to be listening to the community. We're hurting the most vulnerable in our community during a time of drought. Water is an essential service like food and shelter, and I believe that we would be best to leave it at $4.10 until such time as that review's done. That's it for me. It's as simple as that. So, look, I'll leave it at that. Councillor Jones is on here as moving it. Did you want to reply to any of that, Councillor Jones, before we move to the vote? Okay, so Councillor Jones is elected not to reply to those speaking against. We'll now put it to the vote. So the resolution is that the fees and charges schedule be reset to allow the price for standpipes to be $6 per kilolitre for potable water and $5 per kilolitre for non-potable water. We'll have to change that to non, thanks to typo there, thanks to Lil, for non-potable water. And this price is to remain in place until the infrastructure team completes and presents back to Council a full review of water standpipe charges across the region. Now, before we vote, Mr CEO, can I please clarify, if this is voted down, where do we go then?
Oh, sorry, Mr Mayor. If the amendment's voted down, the substantive resolution still exists, so then I would, given the amount of discussion, I would nearly go straight to the vote on the first one. If the amendment gets up, it becomes a resolution. So again, I think the matter's been done to death.
I agree completely, Mr CEO. So we have the $6 and the $5 on the table. If this is voted down, we go back to the $4.10. Okay, everyone clear on that? And then we consider it again. All right, so I'll put it to the vote, the resolution for the $6 and the $5 until the review. Those in favour? Councillors in favour are Councillor Potter, Councillor Jones, Councillor Froloff and Councillor Henson. Those against? Councillors against are Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Duff and Councillor Otto. Thank you. The resolution has been passed. 4 votes to 3 has been carried. And we'll now move on to the next item on the agenda.
The amendment becomes a resolution, so you have to have a second vote, sorry. Yeah.
So
The amendment becomes the resolution. So
we've just voted to make the amendment the resolution.
Resolution, yep, now you vote on its last drinks on the resolution.
Okay, so we now have, the amendment has been accepted, carried, so we now have the resolution as such, $6 and $5, and in place until such time as the review's done. Those for... Do we have another? No? Original mover and seconder?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
those are in favour? Okay, Councillor Potter, Councillor Jones, Councillor Froloff and Councillor Henson voted in favour. Those voting against, Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Duff and Councillor Otto have voted against, and the resolution is carried 4 votes to 3. Right, thanks everybody. That's been a long process, but we got there in the end. Okay, now on to the next item on the agenda, which is, just get myself back on track here now, the item 13.1, which is the Rural Resilience, Parks and Gardens, Property and Facility Management and Indigenous Affairs portfolio. Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the first item is rural resilience. As part of the drought relief funding, we are holding 10 Minutes with a Master events in Maidenwell on October the 8th, Bowie on October the 16th, Monjur on October the 22nd and Burrendown on October the 29th. These events will be held with masters in separate marquees outside the halls due to COVID-19 limitations inside the halls and also the need for spacing and privacy. We plan to have 7 masters to meet for 10 minutes with each farmer. These will include rural financial counselling, mental health services, regional housing and other support services. South Burnett Regional Council rates, Salvation Army, DAF, to talk about water infrastructure rebates and Q Rider for drought loans. Some local agencies will be located in the halls for additional information and support for the farmers. There has been just under 2,000 letters posted out last week and we have started to take bookings already. Every attendee will receive a goodie bag with support brochures from local agencies, Vegemite peanuts, proudly sponsored by Bega, an SBRC stubby cooler with pictures of our region and phone numbers of Lifeline and Beyond Blue, and some hand sanitizer. There will be a free light lunch for attendees provided by a local community organisation. All COVID-19 measures will be in place with a COVID-19 safe checklist signed off by General Manager O'May. Parks and Gardens in Kingaroy, Mergen, Wandai, Proston, Nanengo, Blackbutt and all surrounding areas. Parks and Gardens crews have completed all CBD and urban tree pruning in Kingaroy, Mergen and Wandai. General mowing and maintenance is continuing throughout the region. Playground equipment and seeding is hot pressure cleaned every month, and COVID-19 spraying has now increased from 1 per week to 2 a week following the latest COVID-19 outbreaks in southeast Queensland. Amenity cleaning, COVID-19 spraying has also increased throughout the region. All COVID-19 signage has been updated in parks to reflect the state government changes, reducing gatherings to 10 persons. Red chairs. Photos and locations have been requested by Red Rose Foundation Coordinator for use on their website. This information has been forwarded. Red chairs are now located in Heisville, Rurulan, Cumbia, Proston, Mergen, Wandai, Kingaroy and Nanengo. Installation of red chairs will continue across the region as chairs become available until all towns and villages have a chair. Our dams, Council reopened both Lake Bundooma and Bjelke-Petersen Dam on the 1st of August and numbers have been better than expected. Both dams have had an increase in guest numbers compared with the same period last year. So there's a graph there of Lake Bundooma occupants 2019 662 and occupants in 2020 1,164. an increase of 522, and Bjelke Petersen Dam 632 in 2019, 797 in 2020, and that's an increase of 165. The parks are looking great, and council is receiving very positive feedback from guests. A guest comment at the Yullacool Caravan Park on BP Dam, in inverted commas. We brought a large group out at the dam in January and swore that we would never return due to the lack of the simplest things being clean. New management has now taken over, so the decision was made to give them a go. I'm so very glad we did. We were greeted by people who actually wanted to see us. They could not possibly have been more inviting. The amenities are immaculate. The park is so very much tidier, and you no longer have to be concerned about being poisoned off the barbecues in the camp kitchen. The pool is clean and a very inviting space to bring everyone to. I would love to see some more shade structures erected around the pool and playground, and I'm sure, given some more time, things will continue to improve. Thanks, guys, for making my weekend and ensuring everything was better than expected. The Festival of the Dams fishing competition was conducted at Badooma Dam on the 14th to the 16th of August. 46 teams comprising of 42 boating and 4 kayak teams went head-to-head over the weekend. A total of 230 legal fish were checked in for scoring over the weekend, with more than 400 undersized fish caught. The biggest bass caught was 51.5 centimetres, and the biggest golden perch caught was 54 centimetres. The event brings around 200 to 250 people and families to Badooma Dam during this weekend. Our cemeteries, maintenance is continuing in all our cemeteries, with the focus being on improving our lawn sections with watering schedules in place. The rail trail, cosmetic repairs are continuing and monthly inspections are being undertaken. Public conveniences, Glennon Street, O'Neill Square, Lions Park and QE2 public amenities remain closed between 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. and this has assisted with the reduced level of reported vandalism. Capital Works and Works for Queensland Drought Funding. Capital Works for Queensland Drought Funding projects are progressing, with many projects in the procurement phase. Now, in property and facility maintenance, all swimming pools will commence the swimming season on Saturday the 19th of September. All pools will open with an approved COVID-19 safe aquatic industry plan. Pool managers will have sign-in and sign-out stations to record attendance and special cleaning regimes around the pool, change rooms and kiosk areas. Pool managers will be responsible for coordinating swimming lessons, squads, lap swimming and exercise programs within the approved COVID-19 Safe Aquatic Industry Plan. Restrictions on numbers of people allowed in each facility and cleaning times to clean between different uses is going to be challenging for all pool managers. Therefore, Council requests full cooperation from the community, schools and visitors when using Council public pools. Wandai Show Society and Wandai Racecourse Committee met with Council officers and Cardno Project Manager on the 1st of September to discuss the grandstand and pavilion repairs. Wandai Racecourse Committee are also replacing the Stewards and Race Callers Announcement Building to comply with Queensland racing requirements. The grandstand options are restricted due to the site and surrounding infrastructure. Cardno project team will prepare concepts for future discussion with the committees. Bergen PCYC met with council officers and Cardno project manager to discuss squash court repairs on the 1st of September. PCYC has recently repaired the squash court timber floors. Council officers will work with PCYC and companies that supply and install court materials to design a fix for the failed squashed walls. Quotations are being called for floor covering replacement in Kingaroy Finance Building, Nanango Aquatic Centre and Kingaroy Vic. Cardno Building Services team have commenced pre-design and site inspections for Nanango Cultural Centre air conditioning and window replacement and for air conditioning replacement at Kingaroy Administration Office. Quotes are being called from local building designers for the louver and wall replacements under the glazing. Site inspections occurred at both sites on the 1st of September. Property team have provided ongoing support and COVID-19 advice to community groups utilising council buildings and land. Council's property team have provided ongoing advice regarding leasing land and building inquiries and community group requests for support of contribution to grant funding submissions. Council encourages community groups to talk to council officers well in advance if they are asking for support or assistance with grant submissions if they are making improvements or repairs to council land or buildings. Indigenous Affairs. Council has recently acquired a new flag stand which will be on permanent display in the Warren Trust Chamber. The new stand will proudly display both the Indigenous flags, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. So currently we have the Aboriginal flag and we're just waiting on the Torres Strait Islander one. It's on order. So I think that's a good news story. So I'd like to move my report. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, well done. Thanks, Councillor Duff. Do we have a seconder for that? Thanks, Councillor Potter. Okay, does anyone have any questions or to raise? Thanks, Councillor Potter.
Thanks for your report, Councillor Duff. Dam occupancy is up. That's fantastic news. Do we know whether that's just the new managers or probably through you, Mr Mayor, to GM May?
Yeah, I'd like to endorse those comments. I think the dams are looking great and the new managers are doing a wonderful job, but I also think that it is the COVID's what people are trying to get out and about. So accommodation and businesses in Queensland where you can go are actually are doing well. We are also seeing, particularly at BP Dam, some workforces that are in the area doing sort of 6 weeks jobs and sort of looking for that accommodation, and they're utilising the dam out there. So that's been welcomed as well.
Right, thank you very much. Okay, so of course, yeah, that's an indication that the tourism industry is doing well in our region as people are experiencing our backyard. Isn't that nice for a change? It's been long overdue, and look forward to, with Council's support, seeing Visit South Barnett kick some really great goals too moving forward. Thanks very much, Councillor Duff. All those in favour of acceptance of that report? Thank you. Resolution passed unanimously. We'll now move on to item 13.2, which is the tender to lease Ringsfield House, Nanango, and that is at page 333. So to invite community organisations to express their interest in leasing the historically significant house in Nanango, known as Ringsfield House, and associated grounds and buildings, to manage and operate as a museum/tourism destination. The little bit of just a bit of background here that there's been a significant amount of work done in the community by councillors and by the community themselves in Nanango. This is the recommendation here in relation to the resource implications is such that the successful community group would be responsible for the ongoing maintenance of the buildings and surrounding grounds. In previous operational maintenance budgets, Council has expended on average $56,000 per annum to maintain lawns and gardens, rates, electricity, pest control, fire and electrical safety. And at this stage, no proposed saving in maintenance or repairs cost to Council is expected, as a community group may require 12 months to develop funding and income streams. Community groups will need ongoing support and external funding streams to contribute to ongoing maintenance and repairs, supervision of work programs and volunteers, implementation of workplace health and safety policies, and procedures to keep visitors and volunteers safe. Therefore, it's recommended that the tender request a financial report outlining the community group's financial ability, funding streams and cash flows to undertake the management and operation of Ringsfield. So the recommendation from that is that in accordance with section 228 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council invite formal tenders from community groups to operate and manage Ringsfield Nanango. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Potter. Seconder? Thanks, Councillor Froloff. Does any councillor wish to speak for or against the motion? Councillor Duff?
Yeah, just wanted to say that I've been working with Councillor Froloff and there's obviously so far 2 community groups very keen. They were very keen to see us put forward what our requirements are for to take on the tender. So I think it's a great way forward now to actually document what the expectations are, so it's clear to any community group who would like to put forward a tender what the expectations are. So I'm very, very happy with this recommendation.
Can I just ask, perhaps General Manager O'May to explain, particularly for the gallery and the public. So we're inviting a formal tenders as such, which is different to expressions of interest. Can you explain the difference and why we're making that recommendation?
We are going directly for the tender. Expression of interest under the Local Government Act is slightly different what the normal public might see. An expression of interest, if we go out for that, you are actually expressing interest from groups that are capable of undertaking the role. From there, you would shortlist your selected applicants, and then you would request those to put a tender in for the role. So we sort of saw it was going to. We expect that if anyone is going to be interested in taking on, they can put their tender directly up. We didn't need to go through that expression of interest process prior to the tender. Normally, an expression of interest, you might do that if it was a fairly complicated tender process and the company needed to spend a lot of money, do a lot of engineering design. You might want to shortlist that down to your preferred companies rather than have everyone spend the cost of going through the tender process where they might miss out. So probably just saw it as missing the step. So an expression of interest isn't actually, you can't award it to that group after that. You're just selecting a panel that you would then ask to submit a tender.
Thanks, General Manager O'May. The other questions I had were just in there, it talks about the community group, the successful community group will be responsible for the ongoing maintenance of the buildings. And so question on that, first of all, is that an expectation that we'll be imposing that could cause some issues for them?
Yeah, that's something they would need to. So that's the general day-to-day maintenance. Council would still be responsible for the capital upgrades and sort of major, but it's the day-to-day, the mowing, the keeping things clean, keeping the leaves off the veranda and that sort of thing, changing light bulbs and that. So it's more the day-to-day operational maintenance that we're looking at. But as we see with Ringsfield, we put the new roof on. Those capital upgrades, major expenses would at this stage would still rest with council.
So, for example, if we had doors or veranda boards that need replacing, that was a reasonable cost, council would still undertake that sort of work as part of its renewal program. Would that be correct?
If it's that renewal work on the asset, that would fall back into capital. So if we had to do a sort of, a $10,000 renewal, so that would fall back to council. So it's not the expectation that they would take on that ongoing maintenance, but more the day-to-day operations and keeping it in presentable order.
Thanks very much, General Manager O'May. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question through you, Mr Mayor, for General Manager O'May. Just reading through the report, my only concern is it says in the legal implications section that council will release a tender for the disposal of non-current asset by way of lease using the tender process. I just had concerns if we're going to use that terminology. It kind of looks like we're offloading the asset, and I've had some concern raised in the community that they don't want to see the asset sold. So I just want to make sure that the way in which this is explained to the community is actually, whilst I respect and understand there's some language here that you may need to use, that it's clear that we're not selling the asset.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It is for a lease. The terminology we are using is out of the Local Government Act, and it's specific that even as a lease is deemed a disposal of a non-current asset, which is a building. So it is the legal term that we use out of the Local Government Act, and so no different to a sale. We have to offer it for tender for a lease. That's the connotation. It doesn't mean that we are disposing of it, but just in terms of the Act, we are disposing of it for that period of time. So it's got to be for a tender.
Thanks, General Manager O'May. Okay, we'll put that to the vote. Those for the motion. Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. Item 13.3 is outdoor furniture, the Royal Emerson Museum. And yes, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones has declared a conflict of interest here, so thanks, Councillor Jones. Just to note that he has now left the room, and it's at page 339, and the summary is that the Black Button District Tourism and Heritage Association has sought approval to permanently install outdoor seating at the Roy Emerson Museum located within the Black Butt Railhead on the Brisbane Valley Rail Trail. The association is seeking grant funding to purchase and install the seating. The recommendation is that Council approve the Black Button District Tourism and Heritage Association Incorporated permanently install one outdoor table and shelter setting in the grounds of the Roy Emerson Museum at the Black Butt Railhead of the Brisbane Valley Rail Trail on the condition that the table and shelter setting remain the property and maintenance responsibility of the Black Butt and District Tourism Heritage Association. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Potter, and a seconder. Thanks, Councillor Henson. Does any councillor wish to speak for or against? If not, those for. Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. Thanks, Councillor Frollo. Let's bring Councillor Jones back in. Item 13.4 is the Highsville Barbecue Shelter at 343, and the Highsville Progress Association has made a request asking Council to provide approval and or a letter of support for their association to seek grant funding to build a secure area to store items used for the annual Anzac Day event. Now, the officer's recommendation is that Council grant approval for the HPA to enclose an existing sheltered building to secure an area of storage of items on the condition that all costs to enclose the existing structure are to be borne by the Highsville Progress Association, and works performed are to be of a competent manner, and security and items stored in the park are the responsibility of the Highsville Progress Association. I will note that Councillor Jones hasn't returned. He might have gone off to the men's, the toilet. So shall we wait for Councillor Jones to return? He's not too far away. Very quick. So, So Councillor Jones, we've just got a officer's recommendation that Council grant approval for the Highsville Progress Association to enclose an existing shelter to secure an area of storage on the condition that all costs to enclose the existing structure to be borne by the association, works performed are to be of a competent manner, and security and items stored in the park are the responsibility of the Highsville Progress Association. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconder. Councillor Potter, thank you. Any councillor wish to speak? Those for. Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. Naming of the Nanango Sports Ground, 345. So, Council is the trustee of the Reserve for Recreation, part of which is leased to the Nanango Sporting Association, and the association would like to recognise Alan Downey's commitment to Nanango soccer by naming the sports ground the Alan Downey Sports Field. So the recommendation is that the Nanango Sports Association be permitted to name the sports ground at Burnett Street, Nanango, the Alan Downey Sports Fields. The Alan Downey Sports Field, as shown there, in recognition of Alan's many years of service and commitment to Nanango soccer. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Frollo, for seconder. Thanks, Councillor Henson. Any councillor wish to speak? Those in favour? No, sorry, hang on. Councillor Frollo wishes to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to quickly speak on this. We had a meeting with all the Sporting Association of Nanango, and they were 100% supportive of this because Alan Downey has been a big part of that sporting, especially soccer, and the Nanango Sports Association for over 37 years. He was well-loved gentleman in Nanango, and I think it's fitting to have that sports field named after him.
Thanks, Councillor Frollo. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. 13.6, disposal of a shed for removal, 6 McAllister Street, Mergen at 349. So Council owns this timber-framed weatherboard shed at the Old Mergen Depot in McAllister Street. Council's asset condition assessment identified that the shed is in poor condition and should be demolished. The shed was offered for removal to the public by way of tender, and as a result of that, only one tender was received and has been evaluated in accordance with the tender evaluation plan, and the single tender received referred to their submission as being a quote for demolition and the tenderer was contacted and asked to clarify. The tenderer confirmed that the submission was a quote for demolition, and the intention was for council to pay the tenderer the amount quoted. As this was not the intention of the disposal for removal, the tender cannot be accepted, and as such, the recommendation is that council not accept the tender for demolition of the shed at 6 McAllister Street, Mergen, and proceed to seek quotes for the demolition of the building. Right, do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker, and a seconder. Thanks, Councillor Duff. Any councillor wish to speak? If not, those in favour? Thank you all. Resolution passed unanimously. 13.7, sale of the McAllister Street, Mergen house, 351, and council owns this 41 McAllister Street, Mergen house, a residential property adjoining the Mergen depot. Now, this land is to be retained for future expansion of the Mergen depot, and the house only has been offered for sale for removal by way of tender. Now, there has been council called tenders in accordance with the local government regulations. The house and land has been rented to private tenants for the past years, but the tenant vacated the property in 2019. It is now vacant. Ongoing maintenance is estimated to be $190,000 over the next 2 to 3 years. If retained by council, clearly the property is in significant disrepair. Identified maintenance includes replacing the roof, ceiling, and external painting. 2 tenders were received, with a successful tenderer offering $5,126, including GST, to purchase the house for removal. The recommendation is that council sell for removal the house located at 41 McAllister Street, Mergen, a valuable non-current asset in accordance with section 227 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to the successful tenderer, which is Altus House Removers. Altus House Removers. Right, do we have a mover for such? Thanks, Councillor Potter. Seconder. Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Any councillor wish to speak for or against? Those in favour? Thank you all. Resolution passed unanimously. 13.8 is sale by tender of 20 William Street, Kingaroy at 355. Now, with this one here, tenders have closed and been evaluated, and we are in a position where I believe that we did not reach the price that we were hoping for, and I will ask General Manager O'May to perhaps just provide a little bit of background, and I would then be looking to move a motion that we leave this matter on the table for further work to be done. Thanks, GM O'May.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this one has been through tender. We have did receive 3 tenders, none of which came up to the current market value. As per the tender process, we do have the option now of entering into negotiation with the highest tenderer, and that was we were recommending, but as alluded to by the Mayor, we're suggesting that maybe this one lay on the table and we can conduct those negotiations between now and the next council, so we can actually come with a bit more information, so we can actually do those negotiations and then come back to council with a specific resolution, rather than relying on meeting the current market value that we have. So it just gives us a little bit more flexibility in dealing with this matter, so if council's comfortable with that.
Thanks, General Manager O'May. So I'll hereby move a motion that item 13.8, sale by tender of 20 William Street, Kingaroy, that we leave the matter on the table. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Does any councillor wish to speak? Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. 14.1, the Economic Development Portfolio Report. Thanks very much, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to report this month's Economic Development Report. Section 1, Enabling Economic Development. I'm pleased to report Council's partnership agreement with Baido has been reviewed. Baido, a not-for-profit organisation, will expand its work across the North and South Burnett and will continue to provide targeted economic development support for small business, industry and the agricultural sector across our region. Council's support of Baido's operations will enable increased service provision across the region. The three key drivers of this partnership agreement have been designed to address gaps in services, sustain the businesses we have, and drive proactive growth in our region. This agreement includes key performance indicators that will be reported to the community in a way that ensures our shareholders, the ratepayers of our region, understand the return on their investment. Key driver 1, South Burnett Agricultural Network. Council and Baido share a passion for working together with primary producers across the South Burnett to enhance and grow the business capabilities of the agricultural sector. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics 2018-19, a dominant 44% of the businesses in our region operate within the agricultural sector, contributing a total agricultural output to the value of more than $346 million in the 2018-19 financial year. This attributes to 11% of the South Burnett's workforce who are employed within the agricultural sector. For me, these facts quantify the significance of Baido's Ag Network program that started in 2017 as a social platform for producers to network with their peers, government representatives, support agencies and industry body representatives. I look forward to working with Baido to ensure Council listens when it sits at this table, that we as councillors maintain regular open lines of communication with producers and empower them to innovate and influence positive change with their strong united voice. This collaborative approach will enable Council and key stakeholders to openly discuss issues, investigate solutions and together advocate for relevant projects and activities that support further economic development outcomes in our region. The next Ag Network meeting is currently being date claimed for October, pending COVID-19 restrictions, of course. I'm passionate about our region's broad and diverse agricultural production, which ranges from some of the largest commodity groups of livestock slaughterings and cereal crops through to milk, nuts, hay and other broadacre crops. I'm proud of our region's producers whose outputs represent 14% of the total agricultural output from the Wide Bay Burnett region, and I look forward to working with them to understand how we may be able to grow and increase our production. Through this network, I also hope to understand ways in which Council may be able to partner and support our agricultural sector to maximise their returns on their investment, increase local jobs and explore opportunities that exist in both domestic and international markets through value adding and manufacturing here in the South Burnett. Key driver number two, business extension program. There are more than 3,160 registered businesses operating within the South Burnett Regional Council footprint. The Business Extension Program aims to provide responsive one-on-one support across our diverse business community while providing a central port of call to create links and make referrals for businesses to access available financial coaching, funding or business development support. Introduce businesses to relevant agencies, industry bodies and Baido's broader network of stakeholders who may be relevant to meeting the targeted needs of the business. Be the conduit for streamlined discussions between all levels of government, chambers of commerce and local business networks, particularly in times of crisis or natural disaster. Support business operators to access mental health and wellbeing services as required by being the listening and supporting connection in times of difficulty. I'm pleased to announce the Business Extension Program and can see enormous value in the personalised support this program will provide to businesses in our region. I'd like to thank Council for its support in enabling Baido to continue to play this key role in our community and further supporting our local businesses to sound out ideas, help them to start up business ventures, troubleshoot issues and find the right pathway forward for them. Key driver number 3, strategic economic development advice and support. I'm personally very passionate about empowering business and industry to lead the way. Just this month, I met with the Gympie Chamber of Commerce President, Tony Goodman, and was impressed by the actions of their chamber in achieving their members' mandate to create more jobs in their region. It's my view the Gympie Chamber of Commerce is a fiercely independent group that actively voice their views and bring solutions to the table that support, grow and nurture their region. I admire that they don't ask for permission, they don't complain, Instead, they've taken a leadership role in influencing change and growing Gympie's economic footprint. I'd like to thank Tony and the Gympie Regional Council Mayor Glenn Hardwick for their willingness to share their learnings here in the South Burnett. For me, this conversation has highlighted the critical role our businesses, chambers and associations must play in working with decision makers, including this council, and across all 3 levels of government to boost confidence and drive our region forward. We look forward to working with all partners to positively promote and develop our region. I'm pleased to report this key driver will enable Baido to act as a conduit between businesses and industry and provide council with direct economic development advice and support. This will also include continued conversations and focus on the economic recovery from the impacts of COVID-19, prolonged drought, and challenges faced recently in export markets. I've been watching these issues closely and meeting with a variety of stakeholders to understand the impact in our region and how we may be able to respond. My door is always open and I welcome the opportunity to discuss these issues with impacted businesses and individuals so that we can together work on the appropriate solutions. In closing, I'd like to thank and acknowledge the many real estate agents, builders, tradies and alike, and welcome many others in the region to continue the conversations I've started with them about how we as a council could stimulate further building and development activity. I've also been investing some of the strategies other councils have applied to make the prospect of building projects more viable in ways that help generate economic growth and jobs. I'm currently undertaking some research about how our council may be able to apply incentives and address some of the concerns and challenges that have been raised by our businesses in the local construction and development areas. I'm preparing to table these with my council colleagues for consideration over the coming months. In terms of the tourism strategy, I've been involved in the recent Drive Inland meetings and encourage our community to look at their webpage should you be planning a drive holiday like many others in Queensland who are currently around our region, clearly hanging out at our dams. I'd like to acknowledge Tina Torrens from Talk It Business Solutions, who is, in my view, a community champion of tourism in our region. Tina has helped the Drive Inland to create a 60-second teaser video showcasing all the region has to offer that will soon be uploaded on the Drive Inland website. The video is fantastic, and Tina, I wanted you and our region to know how much we value the incredible work you do with Nancy Strong, often for the love of our region. Thank you very much. In closing, I'd also like to thank CEO Mark, who recently met with Visit South Burnett and has been working with the Southern Queensland Country Tourism to finalise Council's partnership and define appropriate key performance indicators with Visit South Burnett. It's my understanding the agreement will be finalised later this week. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that my report be accepted.
Thanks, Councillor Schumacher. That's excellent. So we've got some, obviously, some really very interesting prospects there for our region in terms of the strategic development of our economic development plan, and of course plenty of opportunities coming forward. There's a real good vibe around our region at the moment, isn't there? Yeah. Okay. So do we have a seconder for such? Thanks, Councillor Froloff down the back. And does any councillor have any questions or comments in relation to the report? No? Okay. Well done. Thank you very much, Councillor Schumacher. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. We now would have had item 15.1, but for those who haven't been with us previously, the item by resolution of council was moved up the agenda and has been dealt with. Item 16.1 at 361 is the list of correspondence that we have pending completion of assessment report, and the recommendation is that that list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report be received. Mover for such. Thanks, Councillor Potter, and a seconder. Thanks, Councillor Henshin. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. 16.2, delegated meeting reports at 362, and there are those there. We can see that the reports are contained. So the officer's recommendation is that the delegated authority report be received. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. Seconder, Councillor Duff. Thank you. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, I'll now move the next one, which is in relation to the confidential section, and we'll go to 410. So we'll move a resolution in relation to those items. In summary, I've got it there, have I? Thanks, Lynelle. Okay, so the officer's recommendation is that council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 275 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, 17.1, Customer Request RV 2020/1008, Financial Hardship Rates Application, Assessment Number as seen there, 17.2 Customer Report, Customer Request, again with that reference number, additional rate concession due to inability to generate income due to COVID-19, 17.3 rate exemptions and remissions, additions to approved list for those assessment numbers, 17.4 management and operation of the South Burnett Aquatic Centre, as stated there, and we will note that Councillor Shoemaker will be leaving the room for that item due to conflict of interest reported, and item 17.5, purchase of commercial property, that will be considered on the basis in relation in confidential section under 275, and that I will be leaving the room for that matter due to a declared conflict of interest. So I would now move that those matters be considered in a closed.
To 17.5, purchase of a commercial property. Where are we going? There we go. The officer's recommendation that council investigate the purchase of a commercial building in Kingaroy Street to provide access from Kingaroy Street through to the car park area on Glendon Street. So it's just giving power to the CEO and the General Manager to investigate further.
Yep. Acting Chair, we would change purchase to investigate. Oh, well, oh, you've already done that. Thanks, Lynelle.
So we have someone to move that, please. Councillor Shoemaker, second. Councillor Duff. Any comments? I don't think we need to comment on that. We've dealt with that in closed doors. So all in favour that we do that? All in favour, unanimous. I'll now call the Mayor back in and he can take over as Chair.
Item 17.1 in the agenda. So we've got the recommendation there in front of us in relation to that rating concession. Okay, so we're good to go with that. So we have a mover for such. Thanks, Councillor Shuey. A seconder. Thanks, Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Thank you all. 17.2. Additional rate concession on that particular matter there due to COVID-19 financial hardship. Do we have a mover at 17.2? Thanks, Councillor Duff. Second, and thanks, Councillor Fryloff. Those in favour? Thank you all. Resolution passed unanimously. 17.3, rate exemption and remissions for those three properties mentioned in the report. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Henson. Second, thanks, Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Thank you all. Resolution passed unanimously. 17.4, Councillor Shuey. Could you please leave the room for conflict of interest reasons? As disclosed, thank you. So we have the officer's recommendation there that council enter into the services contract with the organisation there. So for the South Burnett Aquatic Centre, do we have a mover for such? Thanks, Councillor Potter. A second. Thanks, Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Resolution passed unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we will now call back in Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you. Hey. Councillor Shuey, come back in. It's been dealt with. And I'll now